everybody. Let's see, I think there were lots of cheers. Now it's making it hard to see. About to beat your last record. Keep up the support. Awesome. Oh. I guess I'll have to... Well, no, I can't do that. Okay. I'll try to look underneath this, this little... I don't know how to describe it, but there is a big alert on top of my chat, making it very hard to look at my chat right now. Let's see here. Thank you for the cheer, Norman Gray. And to you, Ghoulish Misfit. Nice big cheer. And Makocam. Wow, huge cheer. Thank you. And Death's Head as well. And Ghoulish Misfit. So many cheers. Thank you so much. Ahoy, everybody. Let's see. We have Marx and Death's Head and Ghoulish and Mr. Strangely. Makocam. Marx, why are you Shrek colored? You're always red. Not saying it's a problem or that I dislike it. It is just odd. And another cheer from Mako. Thank you. So what happened with the ad there? It said the ad was gonna go, and I was gonna let the song go a little bit longer so that you guys could have an ad before the stream started. But then it said it snoozed automatically, like Twitch snoozed itself when the ad came up at an actual proper time. So why did it do that? Oh, interesting. Marx is red on your screen, and you are red in the in the chat up here, but not in the live chat on the side. Okay, Ghoulish and Aerith don't know why it snoozed itself. Fair enough. Huh. Interesting. Massa's Twitch chat froze. And here's the ad back. We said its name too many times, and now it's coming at a much less convenient time than it was a second ago. Marx is red for you too, Mako. Interesting. All right. Well, welcome everybody. I hope you are doing well. I hope you have had a good week. Good past 2 weeks with this prompt. Let's see. I don't feel like I should do the if you're new here segment when all the people who are new here would presumably get the ad. So maybe I need to wait and chat about other stuff while it's going. I think Wolf noted that there was movement. The kitty was rubbing against the mic. She was looking around, trying to figure out how to get onto the table, and then she did, and then she started rubbing against the mic.
Right, kitty? But now she's here, off to the side. Aw, meow, that's cute. Aw, I don't know if you can hear that. That's precious. Oh, I wish you guys could see her. She's just a bundle of fluff.
And Marx is green for Ghoulish. Weird. So Twitch just gives different colors for different people, I guess.
Oh, kitty. Right.
Such strong support. Hype trade, complete something. Tasha Deline, welcome. Red to you. Gotcha. Non-subscribers see ad now. The true private chat. It snoozed again? Why did it do that? Why did it snooze again? I'm gonna tell it to run it. Run the ad. Marx is yellow for Mr. Strangely. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hello, Kurisu. We starting early now? I don't know what you're referring to exactly. Marx, I'm a rainbow! Nice. Oh, daylight savings time? Yeah. it's different for America and Europe, isn't it? Yeah, it is 3 for me here in America. Okay, 18 seconds until I can do my intro.
Right, kitty. Oh, you're so cute. Yes, you are.
Oh yeah, we're talking about stream names, not Discord. Alright, so it says the ad break has ended. So, if you are new here, welcome. Here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. It's usually a phrase of some sort. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Excuse me. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of those are guaranteed submissions, and 4 of them are encores. You unlock encores by cheering, which these lovely people have already done a great deal of. But we have a calculating Wolf and Death's Head and Makocam who will calculate when we have unlocked our encores. I believe Death's Head says that we already unlocked one, which is fantabulous, so thank you so much. And how you get into the guaranteed submissions is by being a supporter on Discord or on Twitch, as in being a subscriber on Discord or Twitch. So there is the $3 tier that gives you access to submitting prompts, which is great. So if that's the main thing you care about, that's the tier for you. Then there's the $5 tier that gives you access to submitting prompts and to the being in the guaranteed submissions when the stream comes around. And you get the ability to multi-post as well. Then the $10 tier gives you access to all of that, and you also, the first prompt that you submit to the prompts channel is automatically added to the final vote, and we got quite a few of those this week, which was lovely. And you also, if you so want it, can have a tag for your universe in the forums as well. So yes, our prompt, and by the way, the Twitch subscriptions work the same. So $5 Twitch subscription equals a $5 Discord subscription. Yes, so this week we had these last 2 weeks, we had a very interesting, very different prompt. It was a special thing for April Fools and Easter, because they fell in the same week this week, which is redo a past prompt. So for prompt 200, I believe the idea was initially suggested by Death's Head. For prompt 200, we are going to redo a prompt, or not redo, we're going to do a prompt that we missed from the past. But I decided to do a little prep thing, a little different thing earlier, which is to go back to a prompt that you have done, and redo it. So this could mean that you could take a story that you weren't particularly happy with and redo it, make it better, resubmit it, see if you succeeded in that endeavor. You could also just take the prompt and write a new story for said prompt. It could be just a prompt that you really liked and you're like, you know what, I want to do something new for that. You also could, if you had, if you are like me, then you write multiple stories for pretty much every prompt, and maybe you regret not posting a story for a certain prompt, then this was the week to redeem yourself and post a new that story that you didn't post before. I'm also really curious. So I lifted the 2-story multi-post limit for this week and made the limit 5. Was I the only one who used that? Because I thought multiple people were going to. Multiple people talked like they were going to, but I'm not sure if they did. Either they did and I missed it, or they didn't. And I'm curious to hear more about that. And I'm also just curious to hear in general, like, what did you guys think of this prompt? It's something we've never done before. Did you enjoy it? Did you feel like it wasn't really for you? You know, what was the situation? Do you feel like you've grown as a writer? What'd you think of this whole exercise? Kind of thing. Let's see what folks have been saying. Um, 7 prompts up for the vote. It was nuts. You mean the transformed one prompts. You might have need for the tags. Gotcha. You can also, this might be easier. So, something that makes the tags a little complicated is that I make a new forum post for every prompt. And so that means that I have to redo the tags every week. And so something that you could do is when you post your story, in the author notes, you can just tag me and say, hey, Kaylee, can I please have this tag? Say what the tag is, say the emoji that you want, and then I will make that for you. Interesting. Yeah, I hope your hand feels better, Darlene. Norman, I was wondering why you had 5 entries. Choice paralysis, fair. Fair enough. This says, I looked over some of my previous stories and didn't think any of them needed changing to such to warrant to a repost. Well, you could do more like the one that you did post. You could have like posted the Babel story and stuff like that, right? Stuff that you didn't post for a particular prompt. Like the idea of a choice paralysis is Deline, fair. Mark says, I thought this prompt was really fun, actually. That's great to hear. Interesting. Norman says, I don't know if it was just me. Haven't been in the right mindset for writing lately, but I didn't really feel interested in rewriting anything, even though I had a couple of prompts that would have been good candidates. Gotcha. Era says, I found the exercise interesting. I simply wrote a new story for an old prompt. I just took it in a slightly different direction. Drugs. Still, it was good to do so for a change of pace, but I wouldn't want to do that all the time. Fair enough. Magistrate choice paralysis was strong with this prompt. I mean, I did offer something to do if you guys couldn't decide. Of course, it wouldn't work for everyone. I couldn't figure out how to, use one that would work for everyone, but I did tell you which one to use if you couldn't decide. Mako, I wanted to post the full 5, but it just didn't work out. Fair enough. Alright, I took the opportunity to write a news story for a prompt I was very unsatisfied with for my first story. I knew it needed to be that prompt. Interesting. Nice. And Darlene, I do think my writing's improved compared to when I started in this group, but I think that's also because I was able to work on my setting with prompt stories. Yeah, I would agree in myself and my universe too. I hope that this group really helps improve writing and improve, universes and stuff. I see. Magistrate Ireland says, I couldn't come up with anything for Please Don't Make Me. Gotcha. The thing is, I don't remember my Please Don't Make Me story. I mean, you could just make something new as long as you wrote for that prompt. But anyways, without further ado, let me show you who's being read today. For our guaranteed stories, we have Hellenic Taoist, Lee Strangely, Marx, and Death Said 419. Then for our encores, we have QuoththeRaven, Nightwolf, Nice Day, and Shinigama. And QuoththeRaven is already unlocked, which is awesome. I will point out that QuoththeRaven, as far as I am aware, is the only one out of this list who did a true rewrite. That I think everybody else on this list did a new story for an old prompt, which is totally fine. Because it is the only story that did that, I'm gonna do something a little wacky and fun with it. At least I hope it's wacky and fun. Alright. Oh no, that's terrible, Mako. I don't think that's true in my readings of your stories. But anyways, let us go on to our first story. Night Job, Man in Rags by Hellenic Taoist. These are the rules of the library, Uncle Ikalos explained. 1. Despite what your eyes tell you, the library is a spiral, with the entrance at the outside and the study at the center. The surest way out is to walk straight down any given aisle. Moving between aisles is the only way to explore the whole library, but risks leaving the library by accident. There is no fall damage within the pocket dimensions. Any questions? Does this snake serve a purpose? I asked, caught in a staring contest with a blue, white, and magenta snake coiled atop the stack of books in my arms. Ikalos, tonight clad in the shape of a lapis-scaled panther, lifted up on his hind legs, just long enough to bat the serpent onto the floor. I watched it grow a pair of tiny feathered wings and twist around a corner, hovering a couple inches off the ground. They denote which rooms are scheduled for demolition, he explained. Keep them out of any rooms that seem important. I nodded, unsure what the metric for important was in a place like this. He must have sensed my discomfort, because he suddenly whapped my leg with one of his wide paws. And act like you belong here. The Guardian's first instinct is to expel those who act like intruders. Confidence is required to work quickly. In demonstration, he gripped the topmost book in my arms, bounded 3 stories up the side of the bookshelf, and slotted the book into an empty space. An irresistible grin stole across my lips. This sounds like fun. Confidently, I rounded a corner into an adjacent aisle, and found myself in a dream in which a bartender was making out with a minotaur. Making a smart heel turn, I lifted my stack of books, now a tray of drinks, and walked over to the table where an 8th grader was losing a game of Scrabble against a parrot. That's a ginger ale and a grasshopper. Would either of you... Piss off, squawked the parrot. This was gonna be a long night. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it.
Bella. She was sitting there, all cute, all,
Relaxed. And then the minute I started reading a story, then she got up and started making trouble. In perfect Bella fashion. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, kitty. You're really something.
You're really something. Alrighty-roo. Well, I enjoyed this story. There we go. Oh, let's, now I need to remember to read the notes first on all these. This was for the prompt Kingdom of Memories. Oh, I should have you guys guess. Remind me to do that with the other stories, or just do it with the other stories if you have guesses as to what the prompts are. Slap them in the chat. So this is for Kingdom of Memories. Toast, whatever it please you. Personal remarks, this was the first story that occurred to me, and it's a bit meandering, and, well, this is going to be a busy week for me. This will probably be my only submission this week because of things I have to get done. Still marked it as do not read because I'm not especially happy with it, and wouldn't want to get depict in case next week's prompt is something inspiring. I forgot I kept all that in there. I asked Hellenic if they would be willing to let me read it because we were struggling to have enough supporter stories this week, and so usually I would not, usually it wouldn't be a problem, but we were struggling to have the 4, so I asked them if I could read it, and they said yes, so I appreciate that.
Hi, kitty. Oh, smushy face.
Yeah, so there actually aren't any, I feel like there were questions on this one. Let me make sure that I got it all. No? Looks like I got it all. Okay. Alrighty. Watch me go blank. There's so many prompts and my brain is slow. Yeah, that's totally fair. I ran into that problem too, where like after 5 seconds of thinking, I was like, nope, too many. Can't guess. I was about to say something, but that will spoil what some of the other ones are written for, so I won't say that. Yeah, no, I don't remember most of the prompts, so I probably won't guess. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. Well, I like how, like, whimsical this story is. The story is full of vibes in both this, like, strange fantasy world way and in this dreamlike way, and I think both the vibes, all the vibes work really well. And it made me smile as I first read it. Kitty. So, beginning at the beginning. So we start with these rules, and reading this made me think that, you know, I should try to remember that for maybe a challenge. Maybe I'll try and write that down. Rules. That this beginning worked really well for me, and it really set up, hey, here's the world that we're in, very easily, very quickly, in a very intriguing way. And so starting the story with, these are the rules of the library, and then there are these wacky, fun, whimsical rules, I think is a great way to begin your story, and it really helps for a world like this that is wacky and does have strange rules to start your story with, here are the rules, and they're kind of bonkers, and you're like, all right, I know the world that I'm in right now. And I would, if you, I don't know, if you like told me that you're going to start your story with a list of rules, I might question it. I might be like, I don't know about that, but it really works, and it makes me wonder if it would work as an intro to other stories as well. But I totally feel like you could, like, if you start a story, I don't know, for like The Forest Will Change You, you know, for from 200, and you're like, here are the rules of the forest. Don't look at the shadows. If a tree has a face, you know, I don't know, just that kind of thing. Like, you could totally do that kind of thing, and I'd be like, I am into this. It also reminds me of, I think it was Volpez Rose did that story about, like, the hitchhiker, and, like, here's what you should do when you pick up a hitchhiker on the road, and here's how to survive, and the story worked super well. So yeah, that was a really cool opener. I liked it. When he says, any questions? I feel like I would have many questions. I don't know if that is a praise or a critique, but it is just an observation that I would have a lot in this case. Love that story about the hitchhiker. Probably my favorite of any submissions. Wow, very high praise. I really like the description here of what Icolos looks like. First of all, I'm not quite sure if I would have got the meaning if I hadn't read the other story about the owl, Icolos as an owl, but that phrasing of clad in the shape is really cool because it's saying that he is wearing the shape of a panther as he would wear clothes. I think that's really neat, and that's a great way to use an active verb to explain what you were trying to explain. That word clad is so usually used for clothing that it really immediately conveys, hey, like, this is a shapeshifter. At least I think it does, which I think is really neat. And then, like, it gets cooler from there because it's like, this is a shapeshifter, and then it's like, this is a panther with scales, and it's like, that's awesome. And then the scales look like lapis lazuli, and it's like, that's even cooler. That seems freaking awesome. And so I just really love your description there. I also like your baps and waps. the bap right here, and then the wap right here. I was a little unsure when I first came across the words because the story feels very grand and those words feel a bit like modern and casual. But the more I looked at them, the more I liked them because it absolutely conveys the motion of like a paw, of a panther paw. And that's the kind of thing that can be easily missed. That easily, when you're like writing about an animal character, you can describe their emotions in such a way that seems human, or that makes it slightly harder for the audience to imagine them properly as an animal. And so those simple words of baps and waps, immediately come to mind of kitty like pawing at something. And I really like that. It's a great image. Especially funny for such a grand creature, just bapping snakes.
Meow, you want out, kitty? Are you just meowing, or do you want out and there's the Bo.
I can show you Bo.
There he is. Look at him. He's all fluffy. He's just a little pillow. Oh.
He's gonna fall off if I do that. When you put your hand beneath their front paws and stretch him out. I was gonna do that, but he's gonna fall if I try to do that.
You're just a pillow. You're just so cute.
Imagine if I just did the stream like this from my kitty pillow. Let's see if I can still show him. Yeah, Mr. Marshmallow. Indeed.
Alright, kitty. Now you're getting up, huh? I disturbed you. Oh no, I disturbed you. I'm so sorry.
Alright. To do. So this is something that I learned from someone who was in the backup readings. The story was read in the earlier backup readings, and usually that would pretty much disqualify it, but like I said, because we were so pressed for stories, I let it slide. But I did learn some information from that, which is that the snakes, let's see, I think I wrote it down. Like, if they are somewhere, that place is getting blown up. So it's not somebody is like, all right, this is my sign of blow up the room. Let's put the snake in that room because the snake is my sign. It is, they wander. And if they're in a room for too long, that room is blowing up. And that gives me a lot of questions. But the main question / critique that I have about it is that I feel like schedule was a poor word choice to use, because that is a completely different vibe that I very much thought denote and schedule meant we put the snakes in rooms that we want demolished. And then the other questions that it brings up are, like, if they're just wandering everywhere, then first of all, it means a lot of rooms are blowing up, because especially if there's a lot of them, you are not going to be able to catch all of them. And so a lot of rooms are just going to blow up. And so it seems like a very inefficient, way to, I don't know, keep your library growing and and stuff. And then the other question is, they're always going to be somewhere. And so you can't just keep them out of rooms that you don't want to blow up, because you're always going to have to put them somewhere. And so presumably you then would use it to stick it in a room you do want demolished. And so I have a lot of questions for that part, and I do feel like perhaps because that brings up so many questions and because the phrasing seems rather odd, maybe it would have been better to go after a different concept. Maybe a different question from the main character would have worked better for this section. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm being too nitpicky in that. Oh, you see, Hellenic says there's only a couple of them in total. That is helpful. That is definitely better than there being a bunch of them. But I still have questions. I really like this phrasing of unsure what metric for important was in a place like this. It definitely makes me feel like I'm more in the mind of the character and being like, there's a lot going on here. What makes a room important? Like, what makes a room worthy of being demolished? I'm not really sure. So that was really fun. I like that little detail. Like I said, I like the WAP, and I like the kind of like pep talk. I don't know if Uncle Ikelos is actually the main character's like biological uncle, but this is a very uncle-like, thing to do, that it's just like, act like you belong here, hold your head high, I think that's fun and shows their relationship, that there's affection there, which I think is very fun. I am curious about the demonstration here, because it says the Guardian's first instinct is to expel those who act like intruders. Confidence is required to work quickly. In demonstration, he gripped the topmost book in my arms, bounded 3 stories up the side of the bookshelf, and slotted the book into an empty space. I'm not sure what is trying to be demonstrated there, because either it's trying to demonstrate your first instinct should be to expel intruders, in which case I don't really see that in that demonstration. The second option is that it is for confidence. That is a demonstration of be confident. Grab your book, slot your book in a slot, and don't think twice about it. But I don't know if I fully get confidence. It just seems like he knows where it goes. And so, I mean, at least for me, maybe it's just my personality, that I can be confident if I know where the book goes. But if I don't know where it goes, I'm not going to confidently go up and put it somewhere. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure I quite get why this is a demonstration. That is loud. I feel like it kind of would have worked better for me. Just confidence is required to work quickly. He gripped the topmost book in my arms, bounded 3 stories up the side of the bookshelf, and slotted the book into the empty space, just as kind of a thing that he did, an action. I think that might have worked better for me personally. Again, I don't know if I'm being too nitpicky. Also, this is neither a praise nor a critique, just a thing. But I don't know if he grabbed it in his mouth. But to me, I like that image. It's a little odd if he grabs it in his paws and he, like, toothless waddles up the bookshelf. But it'd be very cute if he just grabs it, zooms up, the bookshelf. I think that's neat. I like your descriptions of the dreams as well. I think this is a great way to use this dream setting in a way that is understandable, that this is something that has come up with your stories, that you have said in the notes and I've talked about, which is that dreams can be confusing, and that works inside of a dream because that's just how dreams are. But stories, fictional narratives, the baseline rule is that they shouldn't be confusing. And so it can be difficult to write about dreams and still have the readers enjoy them as a narrative, and have them have a story arc. And I think this does a great job of using dreams in a way that really works and doesn't end up being confusing, doesn't end up being muddied. It's like, hey, this is a library of dreams, and you can walk around the corner, you can find yourself in a dream, and the books that were... Oh, hold on.
Kitty, come here. Come here, cat.
The books that were in your hand before can now be drinks and stuff like that. Like, I can totally follow what's going on there. I can enjoy it. And the fluid nature of it really works. And then the wackiness of the dreams, that it's, you know, making out with a minotaur and an 8th grader playing with a parrot, like, all totally works and isn't confusing and is just whimsical and fun. And I feel the motion of it as well. Like, throughout the piece, there's kind of this motion that starts out seemingly more slow, like we're walking through the library looking around, and then when it gets to the dreams, it feels faster and more flowing, and that's really cool. I like that a lot.
Hello, Kitty. Oh, Kitty. Okay. Oh, Kitty. Baby.
Kitty. So the main critique that I would have for this piece would be with the main character's attitude. Because all of the attitudes that the main character shows are things that can work and can be fitting for the scene. But the main character seems to, you know, go to very different attitudes very quickly. And it throws me a bit. So at first, they seem cautious but curious. They're kind of like, okay, I'm listening to the rules. Here's my question about the snakes. I don't really know what counts as important. Like, they seem like a newbie getting initiated, and they are awaiting the instructions of their elders, basically. And it's not really like, they might be interested, but it's not really conveying this excitement. It's conveying a more neutral, like, all right, I am learning. And so then when it goes to, like, an irresistible grin stole across my lips, this sounds like fun, that can be something that works for this scene. That definitely could be something that they're feeling. And I wish I could describe it better. But there's something about the intense excitement of it that seems to come on so strong, so fast, that seems a bit jarring. That doesn't quite seem to fit with the attitude that I previously saw. And then after that, now we go to, that's a ginger ale and a grasshopper. And I assume that this is the main character speaking. At first I didn't get that, but I assume it's the main character speaking because they're now carrying this tray of drinks. And the whole first part of the story seemed to be saying they're a newbie. They're not familiar with this place. They don't even know the basic rules of this place. And so to go from they don't even know the basic rules to I am so familiar with this world that I'm able to seamlessly enter a dream and talk within the dream and act like I belong there, doesn't quite seem to fit. And then there's yet another attitude change, which is this was going to be a long night. And that, I don't know if this is a language thing. I don't know if I have no idea if reverse language is English or not. I try to give more grace when it's not. But at least in English, when you have that phrase of this was going to be a long night, that's very much this fatigued, like, kind of attitude. This attitude of like, this is going to be a long night. You know, I don't want to be here. I'm like, I know I have to do this. I have to be here tonight. I have to do my job tonight, but it's going to be long. It's going to be tiring, which is completely contrary to anything that we've seen so far. We see them as curious, and just neutrally like listening as a newbie. Then we hear them very excited. Then we hear them completely, confident and able to take control of the situation. And then we hear them not having fun at all and feeling very exhausted. And so those different attitude changes don't seem to fit together. It's not, and it's in no way too much to make this story confusing. I feel like I can still follow it. And like I said, all of these are attitudes that someone in this situation might have. It just kind of doesn't feel like the same person would go through all those attitudes so fast. And so I can follow it, I can get it, but it is definitely something that throws me. I think if you had said this was going to be a wild night instead of a long night, that conveys like, ooh, like this is going to be wacky. This might be fun. You know, the wild can be positive or negative. It can be, oh boy, like, ooh, wild, a little too much for me. Or it could be like, this is going to be wild, but I'm into it, kind of thing. But long is very, especially that phrase of it's going to be a long night, has this fatigue to it that wild doesn't.
You want out, kitty?
Let's see what folks have been saying. Snake blowing up rooms, says Aerith. I too had wondered about what sort of setup uses living things that wander about as signs. Feels very uncontrollable, but it is a dreamlike setup. Shrugs. Totally agree. Totally agree with all of that. That overall the setting is whimsical, and so maybe something that doesn't quite make sense works for the setting. But that being said, it feels like it doesn't quite make sense to use something that can freely wander as something that can destroy, you know, your whole place. Or it says, also, don't libraries need to be organized? Just slapping books in a random shelf slot makes me think, how does anyone find anything when searching for a book? Sorry if this is nitpicky. I used to work at a library. Very fair, very fair. Kind of goes to what I was saying about Panther Boy slotting a book in, you know? So I guess that's another question to that of, like, being confidently wrong doesn't really help you. So I assume, because he seems to be the owner of the library, that he's not wrong. But if he's just like, confidently go up and put a book in whatever slot you want, it's like, I don't think that's the best advice, you know? But again, dreamlike world, maybe books can go anywhere and you can still find them, sort of thing. It meant it to be in his mouth. It could have used chomp instead of grip, I guess. Yeah, that totally would have worked. Where did it go? In demonstration, he chomped the Taoist book in my arms. It might be a little silly, but I think you could do, like, he bit, you know, the topmost book, or, oh yeah, how would you convey that? Because grip, for me, very much is a hand thing, and not really any other. Unless you specify, I gripped with my foot, or I gripped with my mouth, I immediately think hand. So what word would you use for that? Because animals do, like, grab things in their mouths. I guess, like, no, I was gonna say you could use grab, but it would have been the same problem. Let me type chomp into thesaurus, see if it gives anything. No, not chew or gnaw. Okay, how about bite? Problem is he's not. Hold? Let's see, where'd it go? I think so far it's seeming like you need to put mouth in there. It's seeming like, because you could just say, he gripped the topmost book in his mouth, you know, that would do it. No, nosh is, because he's not eating the book is the problem, and all these words are like, he ate the book. It's like, no, he just took it in his mouth and held it there. So how do you convey that other than just saying gripped in his mouth, held in his mouth? Clamped down on, that might work. Yeah, that he, why do I keep losing it? He clamped the topmost book in my arms. That probably would work. I probably would have known that it was his mouth if you said clamped. Eris says, to the attitude change of the main character, perhaps their very confident attitude was a facade put up due to the encouragement to act like you belong, only for the puffed up attitude to fall apart when faced with adversity as shown by the long night. That could be it. That's not quite enough for me for it to make sense to me, but that does work. If I had some explanation of that, if I had, like, the main character going, trying to be confident, I said, "That's a ginger ale and a grasshopper." I think I would have been able to get that. And then I would also need some explanation of, confidence deflated. I thought this is going to be a long night or something like that. The Watsonian reason for that is that the main character's attitude is naturally free-flowing, so he can blend in with the mood or tempo of whatever dream he's in. The Doyleist reason is that I didn't think it through. I don't know what Watsonian and Doyleist mean, but that is interesting. That is neat. Like if that is what you're going for, the idea of within dreams the main character and their attitude changes. I do feel like that's something that would work better if we were going from dream to dream. A lot of this is, the first two attitudes are in the library, the second two are in a dream. But if you had it, here we are, in the library, one attitude. Now we're in a dream, different attitude. Now we're in a dream, different attitude. I think that might have worked. I might have been able to catch that the dreams were changing it. Watsonia means in-universe reasoning. Doyleist means author's reasoning. Fair enough. Yeah, held. I still held. The problem is all of these could work, but they don't work alone. The only one so far that I think would work alone is clamped. But he held the topmost book in my arms. I'd think hand. He gripped hand. He grabbed hand. So it mostly seems like you need to say gripped in his mouth to be clear. Like Watson from Sherlock and the author being Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Oh, cool! I like that. Especially because of what I've been reading. Alright, thank you so much for submitting, Hellenic. That was very fun. Let us go on to Mr. Strangely's. Roswell ends well, by Simply Strangely. The cops did their best to hold the barricade as the suits began swarming the smoking saucer. A massive crowd of 10 or so locals pushed as close to the police barrier as possible to catch so much as a glimpse of the great object jutting from the scorched earth. One of the suits, an older gentleman in a black trench coat, watched as a military transport pulled into his scene. A rather giddy woman in a lab coat swiftly exited, making a beeline for him. "I came as soon as you called," she exclaimed. "Where's our specimen?" "Not our specimen, Doctor," the man clarified, turning towards the wreck. "Yours." "Is it? It's really?" "Fully intact," he smiled, handing her a power saw. "Still warm." She released a wicked grin. "Thank you." She began cutting into the craft. He muttered to himself, "To think, just yesterday, aliens would have been the cover story." Snap. He flinched, suddenly turning towards the police barricade. He honed in on a young woman. Blonde, large sunglasses, outfit contained lethal levels of pink. The blonde bubbled, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh! It's like one of those flying pie plate things." He walked over to her. "You mean a flying saucer?" "Yeah, that." She continued to snap photos on her phone, mostly of herself, with the craft as her backdrop. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave the site." "Why?" "Because the scene is closed to the scene? Oh, are you, making a movie? Far out." He turned to the craft, then back to her. Yeah, it's a movie." Behind him, there was a shrill screech, followed by a sudden spray of green goo out of the crashed object. "Sorry," the doctor called out. The blonde looked at it, then him. He stated, "That's just corn syrup." Throw out those tailloids and tentacles, cheer for... and throw out those moths and monsters, just cheer for the story if you loved it. Google keeps suggesting mouth, but that's not what that means. Let me go back. demonstrating mouth the topmost book in my arm. Oh my gosh. I mean, we would get that it was in his mouth, but it would just seem like he is making out with the book, basically. This was very cute. It's just strangely. I feel like, I don't know if I'm just being too hard on myself, but I feel like in my practice, I got the Valley Girl voice better. It came through more strongly, but I hope that it still worked. I hope it was fun. Do you have any guesses as to what this prompt is? What prompt this is for? Yep, Lethal Levels of Pink is amazing. Absolutely. I loved that. Narrathal, when you really love a book, what are you referring to there? Tasha, lurk, that's so cute. I love it when people use that one. But yeah, the Lethal Levels of Pink is by far my favorite line in the piece. I absolutely loved it. All right. The title is great too. It sounds like all's well that ends well, so I like Roswell ends well is very rolls off the tongue, very fun. I mean, you can see it. I didn't think to bring it down and cover it, but it's written for let's calm down, shall we? Author's note, I'm aware it may not be the best story out of the lot, but it was very fun to write for me, and I haven't had a whole lot of that lately with my writing. The story has two primary inspirations. Mars attacks, and a moment from an old stream long ago where a conversation started up talking about writing specific stories and as an excuse to get Antihero to do her Valley Girl voice. If I had to ask about anything, it'd be 1, was it at least entertaining and consistently funny? And 2, did I overdo it with the blonde and her dialogue? So feel free to answer those in the chat. Also, I want to say, as to your note, that sometimes, like, just because you wanted to write something because it was fun, doesn't mean that it'll be bad, doesn't mean that it won't be well written, and sometimes the most fun stories can be the most well written stories. And I thought this story was great. I thought it was very well written. And this is one of those stories where, like, on a first read, like, it's very solid and there isn't much to critique. So the things I will critique will be very, like, small, nitpicky things because the story as a whole works, you know. That could be another challenge. I should write that down. Just that I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but, like, write something that's fun to you. Like, don't think about whether it's good. Don't think about if it says something deep. Just pick a story that is going to be fun for you to write. You know, I wonder what kind of stories we'd get. But yes, so I guess I can answer the questions pretty quickly. Was it at least entertaining and consistently funny? Yes, indeed. I wish I remembered if there were any parts that I laughed out loud on my first reading, but I definitely think it was consistently funny and enjoyable. Did I overdo it with the blonde and her dialogue? I don't think so. I mean, like, I think it's kind of... it's one of those things where looking at it a bunch of times, yeah, one of those flying pie plate things does seem pretty dumb. But maybe that's kind of the point, is that, you know, she ain't the brightest bulb in the bunch. And so, like, it's fine. It works. Can already see some people go, but writing deep stories is fun. To me, that's fair. Like, what's wrong with that? That's totally, if I did that challenge, that would totally be within the bounds of the challenge, where it's like, because I totally know that feeling. I think I've talked about before that whenever I write, well, I guess maybe it's not whenever. I've been writing more. Anyways, but especially in the past, whenever I would write fan fiction, I'd be like, time to bring out the angst. You know, I would pick something already angsty and make it angstier, you know, and go deeper into their internal monologue and stuff like that. And that was fun to me. So deep stories or dark stories can be fun, you know, can be fun to you, and that's totally fine. Palamathios, I'm a freak when it comes to deep stories. I don't know what that means exactly. Anyways, let's go back up here. Alright, so write a deep, shallow story, whatever that means as a challenge. Nice. I'm curious why suits are in quotes. It's not that big a deal, it doesn't take me out that much, but suits is as far as I can tell, like a metonymy for government people, or basically like the Men in Black people that they showed up, you know, to to erase everyone's minds, or at least hold the perimeter, basically. And so it doesn't feel like, oh, they're suits, but they're not really suits. It's like suits is what you call people in that position, and that seems like a fairly common word. So one of the things that does when like I read the story multiple times and sink my teeth in it, one of the things that does make me question the most is, so we have this police barrier. First of all, this is something I only noticed on this read, but I wouldn't really call 10 a massive crowd, especially when it's a flying saucer. There could be 10 million trying to get it. So 10 is pretty dang small. So we have these 10 locals trying to get through the barrier. So either all of them can see the scene, or she somehow got around the police barrier, or, you know, held her camera up above it. And he says, you know, like at the end, you have to leave the site. It's closed to the public. Why isn't he saying that to the 10 locals? Or is the point that she got past those other 10 locals, that they're, you know, they're outside the perimeter, they're not seeing something they're not meant to see, but she got through somehow, and she needs to leave. She needs to go back with the other 10 people. I'm not really sure, but that's one of the biggest questions I had by the end. And then I'm curious why... Oh yeah, his scene, I think... I actually messed up on it, because I started to read it as the scene. But that's definitely a question I had, that, especially because of what he's about to say, I don't really know why it says his scene as opposed to the scene. And then I'm curious why he says not our specimen, yours, because they're all investigating, and maybe it is she's the only one investigating. Kitty?
Oh, hi. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty.
She's the only one investigating the, like, alien, presumably. But they're all there, like, it's their collective specimen, even if she's the only one cutting into it, basically.
Kitty. Hi. You're cute. Yeah. Here he is. That's the kitty. Oh, that's the Mau Mau.
So, like I was saying before, like, it's a very nitpicky thing. It's not that big a deal, but it's one of those things about that when I look at it again, I'm like, why not our specimen? Isn't it our collective specimen, even if it's her doing the job? And I'm also wondering why she doesn't want to preserve it, especially if she is a doctor. Why she's just like, all right, let's cut into this priceless UFO, you know, kind of thing. It could be one of those things where it's just meant to be funny. But again, just a question I had in the end. And then for here, like, this is very interesting, because it's like, there's something bigger than aliens out there that they already are dealing with. And so they're like, aliens would have been the cover story because it's more it's less incriminating or more believable than what's actually going on. But then that definitely makes me wonder what's actually going on. And why this would be the case. So the only thing that is like my only real critique, because like I said, most of these are just things that I only found on subsequent reads, really trying to sink my teeth into it. All of these things, you could do nothing about them and the story would still be great. This is the one thing that did throw me when I actually read this story, which is the onomatopoeia of snap. Because I read that, and when I read that, I think that something bad has happened. That either mentally or physically, something just snapped, and that's not good. I just was mentioning, I'm reading Moriarty, and there's like a scene early on in that when Sherlock is playing the violin, and he plays it too hard, and one of the strings snaps, and it cuts the scene when he does that. That's very much the vibes of that word to me, is like the string just snapped. I'm mad. Something bad is going on. And I'm definitely in no way, well, before I say that, the other thing it could be is like something snaps internally. Nobody was that freaked out or frustrated earlier, and so this one is less likely. This isn't really where my mind immediately goes to, but it goes to this faster than a picture. And so that's the next place my mind goes to, is like somebody is getting frustrated and something snapped inside them, and now the scene is changing. So those are the two places my mind naturally goes to when I see this. But what's actually going on is that someone is snapping pictures. And two things about that. First of all, the onomatopoeia that I hear for pictures, while snap could be something that you could use for a camera, it's not a camera, it's a phone. And yes, if you have the sound up on your phone, it might make a snap sound. But generally, in when I hear it, makes no sound at all when you use your phone. Second of all, the quintessential onomatopoeia for taking a photograph is click, not snap. So if you said click, I don't think I would have had any of these problems. I think I would have immediately been like, oh, okay, this is a camera. I guess the one problem I still would have had is, it's a phone. Is a phone really going to click like that? But I wouldn't have had all these issues where I think, oh, something just went wrong. You know what I mean? So I know it's one word, but it very much threw my reading of the story personally. Like I said, absolutely love this line. Like, this whole description is absolute perfection. Like, this is not that many words, but it is just, you get a very strong image very quickly, and it's also emotional. Like, that word of lethal levels shows that the main character that, I don't know if he's named, but the main character is like, oh, not a fan of that level of pink. I feel like that level of pink is gonna kill me. And that is great. And so it's both a really good description of just how pink it is, and it shows, the main character's thoughts on it. So it is a great, description. And then this is fun to totally feel, oh no. There we go. It totally feels like something an Instagram, model would do in this situation. Absolutely love the scene. Oh, are you like making a movie? I think I read that wrong both times. Are you making like a movie? That is great, because that word absolutely can be used for both, like a crime scene or something like this big scene, and a movie scene, so that's perfect. And I love that he's like, well, yeah, it's a movie, totally not real. I think that's great. I love the attitude shift there. And then I love, like, green goo sprays out because of what the doctor did, and it's like, yeah, it's corn syrup. I think that's so cute, so fun. I just love the whole interaction and conversation. I think it is absolutely fantastic. So, really, really great story. Really, really fun, and I very much enjoyed getting to do my Valley Girl voice. Yeah. Palmathema says, if I saw police surrounding a mysterious object, I would have guessed they would be hiding something they don't want us to see. I find it funny that this lady doesn't seem to recognize that the saucer is real and potentially dangerous. If I got to the scene and saw the thing, I would be more like, are aliens real? Not going over and taking selfies of myself of some movie prop. Well, I guess there's two more questions then. One is, could the police be there for an actual movie? If it's a big enough movie, could there be police at the shoot and they're just like keeping the public out, try to protect the actors and stuff? And then number two, could the police be part of the movie scene? Could she potentially think that they're just a part of the movie too? Weird feeling that he used corn syrup to describe the weird green goo, though I guess he could have died corn syrup. That is... So I only really learned this from... There's this song called Low Budget Horror by Red Hook, and there's a line in that song, corn syrup murder scene, and I was like, what? And I learned, looking into that in like low budget horror movies, they will use corn syrup for, various fluids and stuff. And so, that is, I totally get not knowing that, because I didn't know that until I listened to this song. But that is absolutely a prop they use on low budget movies. And he's basically just saying, like, yeah, hey, we're in a low budget movie and we're using corn syrup. Let's see here. Talking about the deep, shallow story. Detailed as a painting, deep as a kiddie pool. Amazing. The anglerfish of Jersey Shore would be pretty deep, shallow. That's amazing. I love that. I'll do one better. Deep as a painting, one layer. Detailed as a pixelated dot. I mean, now you're making me think of those like pictures where it looks like a dot and then you zoom in and they are amazing detailed paintings. Jersey Shore anglerfish serves as a prompt. OMG, Jersey Shore anglerfish also does. When I saw you guys talking about Jersey Shore, like, I mean, I guess that is what you're talking about. Like, I thought of, like, why can't I think of the name? But the, like, reality TV show, I think it is, from there. And I'm just imagining, like, the anglerfish as, like, a housewife, like, trying to find a mate. but all the dudes are like, we don't want to die. We don't want to be absorbed. So maybe not. Maybe let's not. Incoming ad, yes, indeed. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. I don't know what we're saying yes and 100% to. I don't think the woman thought much at all, the way she was described. Yeah, that is I think accurate. I don't think she was really thinking. Cocoa powder, corn syrup, and red and green food dye. Gotcha. Corn syrup is an excellent substitute for blood in movies because of how dark, viscous, and cheap it is. Unless you're in China. Very fair. Is it? I don't know what you mean about China. Is it not cheap in China then? Did you have any more questions, Least Strangely? Did we answer all that you needed answering? while the ad's going. It was a yes about police being at movie sets. Oh, okay, so you were saying, like, yes, the police could have been a part of the movie, or that they could be like, hey, we're blocking the movie set, so you don't come in. Gotcha. Oh, interesting. A joke about how China colors blood white when reissuing manga. Interesting. Why do they do that then? Ad time. Yep. Makes me think of Jack's meme time song, but ad time. Here, I'll show the kitty while the ad's going.
Right, well, you are cute. You are cute kitty.
I would pet the Bella too, but the minute I pet her, it's gonna wake her up and she's gonna start being a nuisance. Ain't she, Bo?
Ain't she, Bo?
Censorship laws, gotcha.
Oh, you purring? Are you purring, baby? My goodness, you cute.
Alright. I love yeah, sure it is. Like, there's no reason he has to keep it a secret, but he'd rather not try to talk her through the layers of bubbleheadedness. That's awesome. I didn't think of it like that, but that's possible, too. That it's just, I don't really want to explain it. It's for, let's calm down, shall we? Ads are over, yay. Also, fun fact, the Doctor was initially written as a Maddie cameo. Oh, that's awesome. But limited words forced me to omit any physical details or lines that would have implied that. Gotcha. Oh my gosh, that's... So Hellenic posted a picture of the anime with, the blood and then the white. That, oh my goodness. I don't know if I'd say that's worse, but it's uncomfy in a different way when it's white. Yeah, milk carton burst. Yeah, let's go with that. All right. The Chinese government has repeatedly censored anime shows that the country considers immoral, especially those that include bloody or violent scenes. Huh. Weird. But I feel like that doesn't... I mean, I'm not one to speak on politics, but just as a knee-jerk reaction, I feel like if I'm a young, impressionable teen, if I don't feel like seeing that blood in that one anime will make me turn into a life of crime, as opposed to, oh, it was white, I will continue my pure and virtuous life. I mean, it's uncomfy in a different way, Kaylee. Couldn't have put it better myself. Yep. Silly people, that's not how you paint a room. Yeah, just throwing the paint cans into the room. That'd be kind of a fun way to paint a room, not gonna lie. Right now, they're completely banned. Well, that makes more sense. That probably does the job better, but, also, isn't it cool? You think that you read that the blood is white thing is a hoax for exactly the reasons we think it's funny. Gotcha. Yeah, that I could see that being true as well. All right. Well, thank you so much for submitting Lee Strangely. Let us go on to Marx's story. Marx, if you have any more questions that you didn't put in your note, then let us know. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Murphy's Law by Marx. Murphy felt sick looking at the battlefield. There were wrenched limbs strewn everywhere. It wasn't the first time he questioned how this had become his life. Even still, all he could do was trudge forward and not think about all the squishy things he stepped in. Then he saw her. "Nisha!" he exclaimed, running to her side. Normally, she'd see him, and her otherworldly blue eyes would come alive. She'd flash him that smile, The one that made him question if she was truly his protector or if he was merely her prey. He would have given anything to see that smile now. Physically, she looked uninjured, but her face told a different story. Her breathing was labored, and she laid slumped, unmoving against the bloody wall. When she finally saw him, she let out a worryingly wet cough.
I think I got them all. Not sure. Not safe for you.
Murphy's eyes bulged, taking her in. She looked uninjured, but that was clearly a magically forged lie. Are you gonna be okay? She didn't answer. Nisha, you can't die. You promised me. You said you loved me so much that no one could take me from you. You'd kill anyone who tried. Tears fell down Nisha's cheeks.
Got part of that, right? I'm sorry.
Murphy tried to blink away his own tears, but then a realization hit him. She looked uninjured. She also looked human. Nisha, aren't you using that magic to heal yourself?
You like me better this way.
Nisha, I'm going to close my eyes and wait for what happens next. If there are more of them, they're going to kill me. Murphy couldn't see Nisha's expression, but he could make a good guess.
No, please. Victoria will keep you safe.
No. Murphy sat down in the filth. It's you or no one. You say you love me. Prove it. There was a silence. And then her spell casting began. There were sloppy, wet noises, along with disgusting, crunchy, grinding ones. But eventually he heard,
I do love you.
Murphy sighed. I love you too, idiot. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I will say that the prompt is an older one. It's an earlier prompt. If you want to guess what the prompt is for, and I will try to ask Marx's question without asking it directly, which is, did you feel like you could understand what was going on? What was the whole deal with the appearance? Did you feel like you understood what was going on there? What does it mean when Nisha says you like me better this way? If you were not familiar with Marx's universes and Nisha and Murphy, what did you think was happening there? Aerith guesses Eldritch girlfriend or get hugged idiot. Both good guesses. Not correct though. Those are also recent prompts. Yeah, good guesses for sure. I think once I hit the button, I think it's early on. So you don't know the older ones, fair enough. I mean, you can open up the, I think it's a 2020 one, so I guess you could open up the 2020 forum and take a look. But anyways, this was great. As I said in my review of this story, I was not expecting Nisha to make me tear up one day when I met her. Because at first I thought this was real and that she really was gonna die, and so it made me get a little misty-eyed when I thought that. So I think that was very well done in that respect, in making me believe that for sure. I think I'll just hit the button now. Okay, so the prompt is better the devil you know. Toast medium. Question: is it clear to people who don't know this world that Nisha has a demon form and she was willing to not heal and die just so Murphy wouldn't see it? Comments: so this prompt is actually the first one I ever did when I joined Tale Foundry. So of course I used it to introduce my world, specifically Matt meeting Layla for the first time. What's funny is that as time has gone on with these prompts, all of which have been in the same universe, the universe has expanded to include stories I'd have otherwise never considered. Murphy's Law wasn't even thought of when I did the original prompt, so it was very fun for me to go back to the beginning and use one of my newer extensions of my universe. Which I think is super cool. I love that you did that. When you said that, I was like, oh, do I want to use, my first story that I was gonna post for the Ballad of the Monsters but didn't actually post. I decided not to, but yeah, that that I think that's really neat. That's really in the spirit of the prompt. I very, very much enjoyed that, and that's really neat thinking about how far you've come. And we were talking about earlier what the writing group does for you and how it improves your writing and your universe, and this could totally be a side effect as well, where it's like, if you just wrote it down as a novel, you might not come up with stories like this, but thinking of more of like disjointed scenes in the same universe for this prompt makes you think of new stories, new characters and stuff like that, which is neat. So let's see here. I think that the description works really well. It gets you right into the scene real early on. I am kind of curious though, if this line that it wasn't the first time he questioned how this had become his life, if it makes perfect sense or if it doesn't quite make sense to me. Because in one sense, I read that and I'm thinking, well, this is his life, so wouldn't he be kind of used to that by now? Like, he's seen lots of demons die in horrific ways, I think, and would he kind of be desensitized to it by this point? Or does that line show that he's still human, that he hasn't become desensitized, that he is... that violence, that gore, that grossness still isn't okay to him? And I just realized as I'm saying this that it was probably intentional in that way, because he doesn't like her demon form. that it's showing, yeah, he's not desensitized to that. Not only is he not desensitized to the violence, he doesn't like looking at her gross demon form. That's interesting. That's interesting. I like that. So this is not something that I got at first. That this is actually something someone else pointed out to me. But it is a question, which is that he wasn't there at first, and we don't know how long it takes for him to get to her, and it could have been 5 seconds, but there was a window in there in which he was not there, and he was looking for her. So could she have healed in that window? in that if there was 5 minutes where he wasn't there, presumably she could have healed. So that is a potential hole in the story that, like I said, I didn't catch at first. So I think, let's see, what do I want to do here? I think I'm going to talk about like my praises and then go to my main critique after that. So I really like your descriptions. Her physical description really stands out. I could really imagine it. And then I like the emotion, that it's clear that he feels towards her. I like, she looked uninjured, but if her face told a different story, she's not okay. I think that's a great description there. I like the worryingly wet cough. I think these are great creative descriptions that very clearly convey what's going on. And I think it's a large part of why I thought she actually was dying, is the descriptions were well done. I also really like the cadence of not sure, not safe. I think that's cool. And what was I gonna say? Just like her continuing to think about him as she's sitting there dying, that she's like, I think I got them all, but I'm not sure. It's still not safe for you. Get out of here, and stuff like that. I really like this too. You promised that you wouldn't let anybody take me from you. You kill anyone who tried, and she says, I got part of that right. I did kill these people who tried. I think that's great, and I like the parta as well as the got 'em earlier, is that she's kind of, her words are blurring together. I think that's a great way to convey how she's talking. I felt like I really got this image of how she was talking. I really like the italicized. She looked uninjured. I might have missed other italics in the story. I apologize if I did, but that worked really well that you said it up above, she looked uninjured, and then up here, and then you repeat it. I think that works really well. It's like, oh, I noted a couple paragraphs ago that she looked uninjured, but I'm realizing that's noteworthy. And then I really love this idea of her, well, maybe I'll talk about that when I talk about the critique as well. Yeah, actually, I think I'll go into that now. So, as for the question of, is it clear, that she has a demon form and she's willing to not heal and die so that he won't see it? Well, I can't answer that because I know the story, but I did read the story to my dad and ask him this question, and it was very not clear to him. And granted, he's only one person, and so maybe other people who don't know the universe, for them it would be clear. It could just be his personal reading. But it was very unclear to him, to the point where he arrived at the end and he thought that Murphy liked seeing her injured, that he wanted her to be injured, and so she's saying, you like me better this way, not you like this appearance, but rather you like me injured. And I was like, oh, that is way more concerning than I thought, would be the reading if you didn't get what was going on here. And once I heard that from him, I started to see how unclear that it is. And so I am going to talk about the places that I think you're trying to convey it that don't quite get there. Yeah, I was totally thinking that as I was saying it. Mark says, "Oh damn, that's Alex levels of dark right there." I was thinking that as I was saying it. Like, it really sounds like Murphy's like Alex, if that's the case. But anyway, so, like, we have here, normally she'd see him and her otherworldly blue eyes would come alive. She flashed in that smile, the one that made him question if she was truly his protector, or if he was merely her prey. So I think this is the first place where you're trying to convey what's going on. You very clearly note something about her appearance, and then you say protector or prey, and so you convey, hey, maybe she's a little dangerous. And I praised this line at first because I was like, oh, like, you showed her appearance, and we often talk about how appearance is usually the first thing to go in Tale Foundry stories, in archive stories, in writing group stories, because it usually is not necessary. But in this case, it is necessary, and so it totally works to convey it and is important to do so, and you do so in a very quick way that doesn't linger on it so long that it seems like you're wasting words. But the thing is that I don't think it quite conveys, like when it says her otherworldly blue eyes would come alive, I don't think that quite conveys that, hey, like, this is a facade appearance, or like this isn't her actual natural appearance. You can't really quite get that from that line alone. And then the one that made him question if she was truly his protector or if he was merely her prey. I wish that I had asked him directly about this line, because I don't know what he would have got out of this line specifically. But again, like, that does, I think, convey that she is dangerous in some way. But it's a lot of information being thrown at you, and so I feel like it's not enough to go, oh, hey, this is a demon, I don't think it's quite enough. I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure what it does convey if you don't know the universe, but I don't know that it's enough to go, hey, she's a demon in disguise. And then over here, Murphy's eyes bulged, taking her in. She looked uninjured, but that was clearly a magically forged lie. I think what you're going for here is that, hey, like, she looks uninjured, but it's a lie, the lie being the glamour. That being like, hey, she magically is making herself look uninjured, therefore it is a lie. However, I do think the lie word might hinder you. When I read this story for the second time, I got very confused at that line. I was like, wait, she's lying? What? And so I was thinking that this meant her words. Her words were a lie. And like, her words were somehow magically forged. And I was like, wait, what? And so again, I wish I asked my dad directly about this line as well. But I think that word of lie also might have muddied things a bit, that instead of being clear, oh, hey, she put a glamour on, she's magically changing her appearance, the word lie can make you go, her words, something's wrong with her words. She's lying in dialogue. If that makes sense. And then this is the first time where it is explicit, where you say it's explicitly that she looks human. This is something my dad might have just missed, that in the reading his brain might have accidentally skimmed over it and he might have lost it. But because that is the one that is the most like a very clear statement of she is not human. But it also doesn't tell you what she is, and it doesn't tell you exactly what is going on. And again, like, I don't know if for other people that it became clear when he says, like, why aren't you using that magic to heal yourself, that, oh, hey, you know, she's changing her appearance. But I know for one person that they didn't quite get that. So, like I said, I think that there are a couple of parts where you were trying to convey it and it didn't quite come across. I think I should have written down different options, but let's see. I mean, I guess, like, one thing that could help is you could quite simply say, like, she flashed him that smile, that demon smile that made him question if she was truly his protector or if he was merely her prey. Or, like, that predator's smile. Well, predator might not be enough, but that kind of thing. Or maybe something in here could convey, like, that it's fake, that those, instead of saying otherworldly, you could say, like, the glamoured blue eyes are the, what word would you use for that other than glamour? Because it's not a disguise exactly. But just, you could use a word or a description there to convey, oh, hey, those blue eyes aren't part of her actual appearance. It's something she's magically putting on. So you could put something like that there as well. This is one that actually I myself didn't get. So when he says, if there are more of them, they're going to kill me, I was thinking that this meant, there's no use in you dying here, because if there are more, they're going to kill me, and all your efforts will have been in vain, so you better heal, you know? I didn't realize that he's saying, I'm going to close my eyes, and thereby expose myself to the danger. If there are more of them, they're going to come kill me, because I'm standing here with my eyes closed, so you better do something about it. I don't know if there's exactly a better way to convey it, but I will say that I didn't quite catch it. Like, I guess, you know, like over here, like, let's see. I guess you could do something like, Nisha, I'm going to close my eyes and wait for what happens next. I'm a poor and defenseless boy. If there's more of them, they're going to kill me. You know, like, he could be funny with it, kind of like he does with the idiot thing at the end, and be like, yep, I will expose myself to all the horrors of the world. You know, you could do something like that, but I just see Marx says, artificially vibrant blue eyes. Yeah, that could totally work. I think that would convey it. And then, going back to what my dad thought, he thought that the crunchy noises were more enemies, were more enemies coming up. He didn't realize that it was her reshaping herself, for her healing herself. I'm curious if that was just a him thing, or if that was unclear to anybody else, because I was like, that's a big thing to be unsure, be unclear, and so. I guess it would be fairly simple to fix. You could do, instead of there were, you could say, as she healed herself, or the sound of healing came with, sloppy, wet noises, or as she donned her true form behind me, the sloppy, wet noises, stuff like that. So that sort of thing. I'm also curious at what you guys think of, the ending, because I'm very torn, because there's one sense in which, like I said, I thought it was real, and so then when I got to the end, I was like, oh, like, so much of the wind is taken out of the story's sails, because so much of what makes it powerful is thinking it's real. But at the same time, it does work, and it is cute. And so I'm kind of curious if you guys were like, yeah, no wind taken out of the sails for me, or if you were like, yeah, the story did lose some punch at the end. I don't know. I don't even know if it's a problem that happens. Just a thing to think about. He thought, what? Yeah. You deleted everything. What do you mean you deleted everything? What are you talking about, Wolf? That feel when you realize you weren't writing for the right prompt and give up altogether. What are you talking about? Okay, let's go up here. Lots of talking. Magistrate Ironling was gonna guess even gods bleed for the prompt. Yeah, that would make sense. Deline says, I wouldn't have been able to guess she's a demon, but I think the rest is obvious enough. Gotcha. So you got the appearance glamour thing. Gotcha. Says it was very nostalgic to go that far back. Yeah, totally see that. Yes, he's very much not desensitized to it yet. Very fair. Don't look at me, I'm so gross. Yeah. She could hear him coming, and the healing does take a while, but that's a very fair point. Oh, I see. I was envisioning that this last paragraph was her healing, and it kind of seems like, it takes less than a minute. So I guess maybe then conveying that it takes a while here would be helpful. Interesting. Imagining D&D bug creatures or her. You like me injured. What? Is this something? I don't know exactly what he was thinking, but I think he was thinking of an Alex type thing, of like a very dark character, My first reading that part was vampire. Yeah, that totally makes sense as a different reading. Dillian says I was thinking of vampire as well. Decoy says I enjoyed this one. That is great. Mark says in Murphy stories, I've noticed that demons often read as vampires because they usually want to eat Murphy. Yeah, that's a good point. Murphy's so tasty. I mean, he is to the demons, that's for sure. Lillian says, but even though I thought vampire, it was obvious what was happening. Gotcha. He is tasty. 4 out of 5 dentists recommend the sugarless version of him. That's awesome. There's enough creatures in fantasy that change appearances. Gotcha. It was mostly closing her eyes so he couldn't see her demon form, but a side effect of that would definitely be him completely dropping his defenses. Gotcha. Okay, so maybe my initial reading wasn't too far off. Hellenic says, I was a little muddled on that point as well. Not sure which point, but good to know. I did not think of the possibility of there being more enemies. Gotcha. Interesting. That says, as I was thought the crunching was her eating the fallen enemies to rejuvenate herself. Ah, that's interesting. Hellenic, would you love me if I was a human? Asked the worm to its worm friend. That's amazing. I don't know how I haven't heard that joke before. Ouch, a human? That's a bit too far. That's amazing. Ah, gotcha. Well, since I was trying to rewrite one of the prompts I collabed with someone on, I thought I was writing for We're All Someone's Monster, but it was actually given a new name. Interesting. The crunching was her bones restructuring themselves, but I can see that being confusing. That's definitely how I took it. I do think, like I said, just having a, instead of there were, as she healed or something like that could clear it up. Humans are a bit passé, Oh, amazing. I have become goo. Said the caterpillar in the chrysalis. All right. Let us go on to Death's Head story. Oh, I was gonna say, I don't think I said, but all critiques aside, at least for me personally, I did really like the idea behind the piece. That I do really love this idea of, because that is a question that I've had reading their stories. Does Nisha actually care about him, or is he, her prey? And so her being like loving him so much that she's like, I want to continue to be in the form that you like, and I am willing to die for it. I'm willing to die so that you will like me. I'm willing to die so that I will look like something that you like. And I think that's very touching. I really like that idea. So the whole premise of the story, I think, is really powerful and touching. And I really like that a lot. Alright, thanks so much for submitting. Let us go on to Death's Head for 19. The Folly of Reminiscence. Death's Head for 19. The cold wind buffeted Califrac and his tired companions as they ascended the mountain path by blessed starlight. The old knight fought to stay in the saddle, his aged mare buckling under the strain. Califrac reached down to rub the old gal. A little further, and we'll have winter apples in Ledzia. If it still stands, Nail, the washerwoman, said. I've heard only fell rumors from these mountains for years. Grandpa knows best, little Dorgu insisted. This only sharpened Califrac's doubts, fearing that he would add deceiving his grandson to his list of crimes if Queen Jadza and Ledzia were gone. And the trio rose ever higher, a sheer drop to one side, giving a stunning view of the white frosted woods below, and a deadly fall for the unsteady. When they reached slick ice, Califrac slowed to a crawl. Even still, the sheet cracked under Dorgu's mount, but the boy managed to stay in the saddle. Not far past this patch was a cleft in the rock wall, where stood the gatehouse, which had guarded Ledzia for eons. Califrac recalled entering as a young man, fresh off a fruitful raid on the cattle king Rayad, to a hero's welcome. Saw anew the vibrant smithies and stock shops from which the tiny kingdom drew its wealth. Only now, an old man, he found the towers were dark, the rotten gates open. Inside lay only collapsed hovels and cold ruins. The smithies were dark, the shops empty, and the palace a stone skeleton. Califrac arrived in the dead gardens, looking up at the balcony where a young queen had thrown him a cloth and swore shelter should he run into hard times. Only you ran into hard times first. And Califrac turned to Dorgu. I'm so sorry. The kingdom fell long ago. It's okay, the boy said, pointing. Look. In a corner, an apple tree grew still, blessed starlight shining upon a bounty of red, ripe fruits, defying the cold. Nail laughed. You're not a liar to your horse. Califrac nodded, sliding down from the saddle to approach this miraculous bounty in the ruins of his youth. Throw up those taillights and tentacles, cheer. Have to throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Ghoulish offers a cheer, last of my bits. Thank you so much. Can you let me know if we have unlocked a second story, if we've unlocked anything else? The "Would You Still Love Me If I Was a Worm" meme adapted to Dune was so funny. I have not seen this. You should post it in the stream chat. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. All right, I'm going to read Death's Head's. I guess what the prompt is in the next few seconds, because I need to read Death's Head's notes before explaining where I'm going. We're pretty far off from 2. Aw, that's too bad. Shy, hello, that's awesome. Alright. The 30% left. Well, that's not, I wouldn't say that's pretty far off. We're 70% of the way. That's pretty good. Alright. Author's notes. So, this is an edited version of a story I wrote for The Kingdom of Memories. One of 2 I jotted down for that prompt. At the time, I wasn't double posting stories, so I asked for help cutting down my rough drafts. In the end, our leader and hero cut down the other story into the Recollection Broker. Yet I felt unsatisfied, and this rough draft sat unused in my files. So I thought it right to take a crack at bringing this little adventure of Califrac out of the trunk. Thank you for the cheer, Marx, and thank you for the raid, Bitzer. Welcome, welcome. Alright. I love our leader anti-hero. Amazing. Oh, fair enough, Bits. It's just great to see you. Okie dokie. So, this is going to be an interesting one. So, first of all, just to talk about my experience with the story, because I did read it back then. So I remember really liking this story. I remember being like, oh yeah, like the memories, like the vibes of this like icy kingdom and like the sorrow of it. I remembered it very well. And when I got, you know, these stories to look at and vote for, I remember reading this one, I was like, that was pretty good. That was enjoyable. And then I got to the next story and I was like, this one's so good. If you don't know, the Recollection Broker is about exactly that. It is about a person who can like hold your memories for a while, and the main character meets his mom, and if I remember correctly, like, his mom doesn't even remember him, and it's so interesting and so touching. This story is great too, but I also still stand by my vote, but that the Recollection Broker is one of my favorite stories I've read from you, or at the very least, like, one of my favorite ideas that I've read from you. Hello, Kansas. I finally made it. We're glad to have you. But yeah, so I remember really liking both the stories, but the Recollection Broker, I was just like, that idea is, like, stunning. And so I had to vote for it. But the story always stuck in my mind, and like, if I had to guess, if Death's Head, you were like, you know, Kaylee, what story do you think I'm gonna post for my redo? I would have probably said this one, or I would have voted for this one. I would have been like, yes, I remember that story about Califrac in the snowy mountain and that one. So, but I had an interesting experience, because I remember when I first read these stories, that when I read this one, I was like, the vibes, they be immaculate. Like, I love the you know, melancholy, like, vibes of coming upon this old kingdom. But I do recall that even back then, I went away from the story thinking that the details and, like, what was physically happening was a bit muddy to me. But I very much thought it was because I was kind of skimming through them fast, that I was kind of, I was kind of going through them fast. It was probably like late at night and I was tired, and so I was just thinking I wasn't, you know, sinking my teeth into it enough, and if I had, it would have become very clear. And then, of course, as I said, I was immediately drawn into the Recollection Broker, and so I didn't really sink my teeth into this one. And so I was surprised to find that when I arrived at this story, and I did sink my teeth into it, that the same problem actually occurred. That, once again, I'm here going, the vibes are immaculate, I love the idea of this story, I love what you're going for, but I also still felt like even reading it with my full attention, full awakeness, I still got muddled on the details. And I actually had some extra time this morning that I don't usually have. And so I decided to do something I don't usually do. So I was having a lot of critiques for this story, but I didn't feel like I was able to get my thoughts across very well. I felt like I wasn't able to explain things very well. So what I decided to do is something I've only done once before, but I decided to kind of rewrite the story in the way that would make sense to me. So I'm going to read you that. I'm going to read you what I did because I think that is going to give me a very good jumping off point of both critiques and praise. So let me read that for you. I'll look at the cheers real quick. Thank you for the cheers, Norman. I guess it was just that one. And that is 2. Awesome. So now Nightwolf's is unlocked. That is great to hear. Okay, so here is what I did. I did that. This is 350 words. Alright. Cold wind buffeted Califrac and his tired companions as they ascended the mountain by blessed starlight. The old knight fought to stay in the saddle, his aged mare buckling under the strain. Califrac rubbed the old gal's neck. A little further, and we'll have winter apples in the kingdom of Ledzia. If it still stands, Nail, the washerwoman, said. I've heard only fell rumors from these mountains for years. Grandpa grew up there. He knows best, little Dorgu insisted. When were you last there? Nail raised an eyebrow. Califrac declined to answer, his doubts sharpening. The trio rose ever higher, a sheer drop to one side, giving a stunning view of the white frosted woods below, and a deadly fall. Not far past a patch of slick ice sat a rock cleft. The gatehouse, which had guarded Ledzia for eons, sat snugly in the gap between the rocks. Califrac recalled entering as a young man, fresh off a fruitful raid, to a hero's welcome. He recalled the vibrant smithies and stock shops. However, no guard sat in the gatehouse now. The flag waved, weak and tattered. The gates hung open, rotting. A lump grew in Califrac's throat as he headed through. No shimmering kingdom awaited them. Their horses' hoofbeats sounded against paths stained with old blood. The smithy sat dark, the shops empty, the palace a stone skeleton. The old man's heart grew heavier with each empty hoofbeat among the collapsed hovels. After an eternity, they arrived in the palace gardens. Withered and dead now. Withered and dead now. Califrac looked up at the balcony where a young queen had thrown him a cloth, swearing shelter should he run into hard times. Where was your shelter, my queen? Califrac turned to Dorgu. I'm so sorry. The kingdom fell long ago. Not all of it, the boy pointed. Look. The gardens weren't entirely dead. In a corner, an apple tree grew still, blessed starlight shining upon a bounty of red, ripe fruits, defying the cold. Nail laughed. You're not a liar to your horse. Califrac dismounted, approaching this miraculous bounty in the ruins of his youth. All right, so now we can discuss. All right, so I think that the first part, as you can see, I didn't change the first part that much, and the only thing I did change was just because I didn't have enough words, and I had to cut some words out. But I think the first part works. I like this image of fatigue. It's interesting you use this blessed starlight thing. I bet that's like a world thing. Curious if this is the world where the stars are people, which would be even more interesting. And I like this little detail, like he cares about his horse, they're all tired, including the horse, and he's not just this hard old man who's like, keep going, Bessie. I mean, Bessie would be a cow, but keep going, horsey. He's like, all right, I know you're tired, like, please just keep going. And And I don't know why it took me so long to catch it, but I love that you actually have him literally say, that the horse is gonna have apples, and then at the end, the horse does have apples. I thought that when I first read it, "you're not a liar to your horse" was kind of like, the kingdom isn't dead to your horse. Like, you said that the kingdom was alive. Maybe you're a liar to us, but not to your horse, because your horse gets food. But it actually was so much more direct than that. Like, he literally said they were gonna have apples, and he's not a liar about that. I think that's super cool. That really makes the story have bookends. I like that a lot. Alright, so here. I've heard only fell rumors from these mountains from years. There is a big question that comes from reading that, which is, if Califrac is the one who knows and cares about and has been to this kingdom, why has he not heard of the rumors? Or has he, and he's trying to ignore them? And so it feels a little odd to go, I've heard of fell rumors, and then Dorgu to go, oh, he knows best, and not really a comment on that. And so, and I don't know exactly why just the phrase of "Grandpa knows best" alone seems a little odd to me. The best guess that I have is that it is, it feels odd because why would he? If he has not heard these rumors and he hasn't been here in years, why would he? I know he's a kid and he's just like, oh, Grandpa knows best, but it's just a little bit odd. And so in my rewrite down here, I had him say, Grandpa grew up there, he knows best. So you have the reason for Dorgu to say, here's why I think Grandpa knows best, because he actually lived here. You're only hearing rumors. And then I like the idea of adding a little more clarity to the story and saying, when were you last there? And being very clear to the reader, oh, hey, this is the point of the story. He wasn't here, Follower goal met 70 out of 70. Again, I think Twitch just set me goals, but that is awesome. Thank you guys so much. But anyway, so just that little bit of like, when were you last there? I think is a helpful bit of clarity and first of all, it's this helpful bit of clarity to the reader that here's the point of the story, that he hasn't been there in a while. And then second of all, it addresses what I was just talking about, that it goes, like, I've only heard fell rumors, and kind of addresses why he, kind of addresses that dichotomy of him seeming like he should be knowledgeable, but maybe not being knowledgeable. And then I just changed that to Califrac declined to answer his doubts sharpening. In the original, it is, this only sharpened Califrac's doubts, feeling that he would add deceiving his grandson to his list of crimes if Queen Jadza and Ledzia were gone. There's so much going on in that sentence that I got very lost in it. And the point of that sentence is to say he doubts that he's correct. He doubts that, it still stands. And he's scared that he's, however unintentionally, deceived his grandson. That he's telling his grandson it's there, they're going to find it's not there, and he's going to feel like he deceived his grandson. Apparently he has committed other crimes, and that would be added to his heavy heart. And Queen Jadza and Ledzia are the queens of this kingdom that they're going to. But that is so much going on in one sentence. Like, we're learning he has crimes. We're talking about deception, even though it's not actual intentional deception. We have Jadza and Ledzia, and there's so much going on. And that, like I said, my brain ends up not taking in anything because it's being given everything. And so I think quite simply saying, like, Califrac declined to answer his doubts sharpening. Just that his doubts sharpening does plenty. You could also, if you had the words, you could say, Califrac declined to answer his doubts sharpening, period. Would he add deceiving his grandson to his list of crimes? I think that would be clearer. I think it would be easier to get what you're saying there. But I also think, like, we don't really need to know that Califrac has a list of crimes, and bringing it up brings more questions and potential confusions. And so I think the important part is the doubt. And we don't really need to know what the queen's names are to understand the story and to understand that this is a kingdom and that there were queens, and so especially adding so many strange words and stuff together, I think it is much more muddying than it is helpful. I am curious why this ended up being separated into two sentences, because as far as I can tell, it is saying, she rose ever higher, she dropped to one side, giving a stunning view of the white frosted views, also giving the view of this deadly fall for the unsteady. That is what I changed it to, like giving a stunning view of the white frosted wood below and a deadly fall. It gives you a view of pretty, also gives you a view of how far you're gonna fall, which is cool, and I like that image a lot. But I don't really that very much threw me that it was separated into two sentences, because stunning view of, I think, is supposed to apply to both the woods and the fall, as far as I can tell. This is fine. Like, there's not a huge issue with it, but it is something that that's not necessary. That there's other things that are much more necessary that this can be cut to supply the words for. So that is why I cut it in the rewrite. And what was I saying? I might come back to that. But anyways, so not far past this patch was a cleft in the rock wall where stood a gatehouse which had guarded Lesia for eons. So this could very much just be me, but when I read cleft in the rock wall, I got this image of, oh, there's like something's carved out of the rock wall, and so I'm thinking of like more of a cave kind of situation. That, okay, there's this cave going on, there's this big rock wall beside us, and there's like something carved into it. And I was not imagining like, oh, like basically there are two rock walls coming together and they make this cleft. They make this kind of, not valley exactly, but just an area that you can go through now. That could just be me because I did look up, cleft, and that is what came up. But for me personally, I was not able to imagine it correctly with just those words, especially because, so we're starting to get into the parts where I was really getting lost for what to imagine, because we're going up a mountain. The mountain is so tall, so we're in such a dangerous path that right beside us is a fall. That's not really space for a kingdom. And so it gets very difficult for me to understand what physically is happening here. And so, like, yes, you can have it like, oh, it's just a mountain path, and once we get up the path, now we get into the kingdom. And I think that's what is going on. Like, the kingdom is up in this area that there's plenty of space for it. You just have to go through this path to get to it. But usually when I am envisioning these, very narrow paths, I'm thinking, go up the mountain, go back down. Go back down, now we're in the kingdom. We had to go over the mountains to get into the kingdom. It was very dangerous. That doesn't seem to be the case. But like I said, because I have this image of like, okay, it's tiny little path that you can fall really easily. It doesn't really seem like room for a gatehouse. And so adding seems very small, doesn't seem like room, and me not imagining cleft right, I start to get lost there of what I'm supposed to be imagining. So in my rewrite here, I added, where did it go? Not far past a patch of slick ice sat a rock cleft. So I took out the wall part to just, because I think this would work. If you just said rock cleft, I think I would have got the right image. It's just the wall part. Especially because, like I said, I'm imagining this this tiny path going up the mountain, and a sheer wall right. A sheer wall up this way, a sheer wall down this way. That's the image I got. And so I'm just imagining a little carved out bit of the wall. And so I changed it here to, so not far past a patch of slick ice sat a rock left. The gatehouse, which had guarded Lydia for eons, sat snugly in the gap between the rocks. I might have... No, that's... Hang on. Yeah, okay. I just realized I didn't talk about something else, but I'll come back to that in a sec. So it sat snugly in the gap between the two rocks. So that right there, that's the helpful clarity that I needed to go, oh, okay, so we have this gatehouse and it's kind of squunched between these rocks. Gotcha. That's I might not be correct about that. that might not have actually been the image you're going for, but from the information I have, that's what it seemed like you were going for. And so that image is so much more clear to me. I feel like I can imagine that. The thing I realized that I didn't talk about, which is important, is adding to this part at the beginning a little further, and we'll have winter apples in the kingdom of Ledzia instead of just instead of just Ledzia, because like I said, when we have a strange fantasy word thrown at us, it's difficult to immediately discern what's going on, and I think that is part of what added to me being a little muddied for what was actually going on. And so very quickly saying, hey, we're heading to a kingdom, it's the kingdom of Ledzia, that immediately helps me as the reader go, okay, I know where we're going, much more clearly than just saying Ledzia, because Ledzia kind of makes me think more of like an entire country, like we're heading over, the mountain path to a country and stuff like that, which maybe isn't that grievous. Like I said, it just really helps to have that little bit of clarity of the kingdom that we're heading to. Okay, so Califrac recalled entering as a young man, fresh off a fruitful raid on a cattle king Hriad to a hero's welcome. I don't know what a cattle king is, I don't know what Hriad is, and those words very much muddy the sentence a lot. And I think all it's saying is, hey, he's this knight, he went on a raid, it went really well, he comes back to a hero's welcome. And adding those words, adds some confusion and muddies things for the reader when it's really not necessary to add them in the first place, at least in my opinion. So just quite simply saying, he recalled entering as a young man, fresh off a fruitful raid to a hero's welcome. I think that totally conveys all the info that you need without adding, using up words on things that might muddy things for the readers. Saw anew the vibrant smithies and stock shops from which the tiny kingdom drew its wealth. Saw anew does work. I can get the image that this is a memory, but like I said, especially because I'm feeling very muddied, having that little bit of extra clarity helps. So saying he recalled or just recalled the vibrant smithies, you could say, Califrac recalled entering as a young man, fresh off a fruitful raid on the cattle king Riyadh to a hero's welcome. Recalled anew the vibrant smithies, or recalled the vibrant smithies. I think that little bit of extra clarity helps a lot. And then only now, an old man, he found the towers were dark, the rotted gates open. Inside lay only collapsed hovels and cold ruins. The smithies were dark, the shops empty, and the palace a stone skeleton. Califrac arrived in the dead gardens, looking up at the balcony where a young queen had thrown him a cloth and swore shelter should he run into hard times. So this is the paragraph that I have the most critiques for, and the paragraph that I got the most confused in. So I will start with well, maybe I'll come back to that. Remind me to come back to my praise for it. But what happens for me in this paragraph is that the setting, the spatial awareness isn't strong, and the emotion isn't strong. And so I don't know what to imagine. Do they round a corner and they look over the mountain and they see in the valley below, they see the kingdom is in ruins? Do they go through the gatehouse and they see on the other side, here's the kingdom, and now we're walking through the roads and it's in ruins? I think that one's correct. I could be wrong, but that's what I went with. There's no transition, there's no movement. And so it's just, he found the towers were dark, the rotten gates open. First of all, Took me a lot of reads to understand that was talking about the gatehouse, because this made me think of the kingdom as a whole. And so that's why in my version I put the gatehouse stuff all in one paragraph. There's no... what was I going to say? Hold on. Like, so there's no description of them walking through the town. And so it doesn't give the image of, hey, we're walking through the gatehouse, it's all rotting. Oh gosh, we're walking through the city, I'm seeing the ruins, and all that. Oh, there's an ad. I don't know if I should wait. I don't know if Desad's getting the ad or not. Kitty cameo for the ad.
Look at your little paws. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yes, you are. Oh. Yes. Oh. Kitty. So sweet.
8, 7, 6. Ad cat. Yes.
Oh, licky. You're so cute.
Alright, it says it's ended. Hopefully it's correct about that. Anyways, so... oh no. Oh hey Eddie, I didn't see you arrive. Anyways, so... I don't get this sense of them traveling through the city. It is just these very neutral statements of, here's what it's like. And I can't really imagine, like, okay, are we looking down on it from the mountain? Are we walking through it? What's going on spatially? And then the other thing is that there's no emotion to it. There's no, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe it. Like, the city's in ruins. Is that? No, it's not there. Like, there's no... he doesn't fall to his knees or, get off the horse to fall to his knees. He doesn't chuckle dejectedly looking around, all that. There's no emotion at all. And so it just feels like I'm looking at something but don't quite understand what's going on or what I'm looking at. And there's something that I would have never caught if I hadn't rewrote it, if I hadn't sunk my teeth that far into it. They went through the entire kingdom, and they went to the palace, and they went to the gardens. Like I said, I don't get the image of movement at all. This whole section just seems like they're looking at it. And so I didn't even understand, like, hey, they just went through the whole kingdom, they got to the palace, now they're in the gardens. I was so lost, I didn't get that at all. And so then when it says in a corner, like I said, like, I'm imagining that we're, like, in a cave and looking upon the kingdom through the cave, and there's, like, a apple tree in the corner of the cave because I'm so lost as to what is going on. And so what I ended up changing it to, so not far past a patch of slick ice sat a rock cleft. The gatehouse, which had guarded those here for eons, sat snugly in the gap between the rocks. Califrac recalled entering as a young man, fresh off a fruitful raid to a hero's welcome. He recalled the vibrant smithies and stock shops. However, no guard sat in the gatehouse now. The flag waved, weak and tattered. The gates hung open, rotting. A lump grew in Califrac's throat as he headed through. No shimmering kingdom awaited them. Their horses' hoofbeats sounded against paths stained with old blood. The smithy sat dark, the shops empty, the palace a stone skeleton. The old man's heart grew heavier with each empty hoofbeat among the collapsed hovels. After an eternity, they arrived in the palace gardens. Withered and dead now. Califrac looked up at the balcony where a young queen had thrown him a cloth, swearing shelter should he run into hard times. So first of all, I describe the gatehouse very specifically, and I describe, okay, like, here's the memory, here's the hero's welcome. Let's contrast that to what's happening now. There's no guard. there's this tattered flag. The gates are rotting. You know, we have a very concrete image to imagine right away. And then now we have emotion, and then we have action. Now we have motion. Okay, so this isn't good. He's not happy about this. And now here we are. We're going into the kingdom. We're heading through. You don't necessarily have to be so direct about it as I was. You don't have to say something like this. This just makes it very clear. You know, here's the good memories. Here's what's happening now. And then we have, here's the movement. There's a lot of different ways that you can convey movement. Like, you could just say they rode through the kingdom or something like that. I just liked this idea of, you know, the sound of the horse's hoofbeats. You could also do something like broken cobblestones if the blood is, like, too strong, a sort of thing. And then I have the same image that you had. I just, you know, used your image directly here. But at least to me, it reads very differently now. Instead of reading as this very cold and detached, I'm describing something, but I don't know where we are in space. Now I know where we are in space. I know we've headed through the gatehouse. I know that the horses are walking along the path. And now we're looking around. We're looking at the dark smithies. We're looking at the empty shops. We're looking at the palace. It's a skeleton now. And then we have his heart grew heavier. So I have some more emotion. Like, as he's walking further, there's more emotion. I repeat the hoofbeats just to convey more motion. Again, there are other ways you could do that. Just what I thought of. And then you don't have to use after an eternity. It's kind of cliche, but again, that is me trying to convey something that is both, like, temporal and emotional. That it's conveying, hey, time passed. Like, enough time passed for them to walk through the entire kingdom to get to the palace. And then it feels like an eternity to him. That his heart is so heavy, he's having such a tough time, it's so sorrowful, that it feels like an eternity. And then I also added the word palace. I don't know for sure if it's the palace, but considering the whole part about the balcony, I'm assuming it is. Adding that one little word helps a lot with clarity, making sure we just know that oh, hey, like, this isn't some disembodied garden somewhere. It is, we walked through the kingdom, we got to the palace gardens. It would totally work to say the dead palace gardens, like you said. That's totally fine. I just kind of liked having, like, we arrived at the gardens. Maybe there's some hope that it'll be, you know, alive. Period. Withered and dead now. And then, at least for me, once I have all this, once it's clear what's going on, once it's clear the motion and how it took so long to get there, and the motion and the emotion, once all that's clear, when I get to this line, which I believe is pretty much the same as yours, I think I just made this one word, then, like, I was tearing up. Like, once I really understood, oh, hey, here's what's happening, and then I arrived at the memory of the cloth, that really got to me, like, once I knew that. So I do really like that dichotomy of, like, I'm going through this kingdom, this ruins, and I'm remembering, like, this beauty, you know, of, you know, the queen, you know, swearing shelter. What you had here worked, so you could just do, you know, only you ran into hard times first. That works. It was a little odd to me. I'm not sure why. I read a little odd. I do think that it would help a lot of the oddness to make it a thought, like I did, if it was just, can I do that here? It was just like that. I think that would help a lot, because that feels like, because he's responding to his memory, right? He's remembering, like, you know, she swore shelter if he ran into hard times, and he's responding to his thought, you know, you ran into hard times first. But I experimented with another potential, you know, option there. I think both work. And then, like, it was a little odd to me that Doru would say, it's okay. because it's really not. And like that is another thing that maybe it's just a kid speak, you know, a kid will be like, it's okay, or he's just, you know, replying to the apology like, there's nothing to forgive, you know, it's okay. But I like I said, it's slightly odd because it's like, it's really not okay, you know. And so I think saying like, you know, the kingdom fell long ago, well, not everything fell. Look at the tree. You know, I think that, at least for me, works a little bit better. It's not my biggest critique. It's not the biggest issue, just something that can make it just a little bit better. And then I do really like the ending. So now that I've gone through all my critiques, I could talk about the things I liked. So I do really love this idea of him walking through the kingdom and he's seeing the past. And I think that's part of the thing that makes this story kind of difficult to get across, because you're showing the past right alongside the present. And so you have to make those things clear that like, okay, it's clear this is a memory. It's clear this is what's happening, you know, kind of thing. And
what are you doing, kitty?
Just licking the chair. And for the most part, I think you did, but like I said, I already talked about the muddied stuff, but I do really like that cadence of like, trying to remember what, I know there's like different like movies and TV shows that have done this, but like this idea of walking up to a place and you see it as a memory, you know, when the characters arrive and then it flashes to present and everything is in ruins. And this story definitely has those vibes to me, and I really like that. And I kind of already mentioned it, but I really like the, like, you're not a liar to your horse, and I like the hope at the end. Like, as I said, the vibes of the story are immaculate. I love the sorrow, I love the hope, I love, you know, this melancholy of, well, there's kind of this like doubtful hope at the beginning of like, we're gonna go to this kingdom, and then there's the melancholy of finding it in ruins, and then there's that little seed of hope that's back at the end. And even if they don't find the shelter that they need or the food they need, at least his tired mare, who is, you know, mentioned at the beginning, who's cared for at the beginning, can have that apple, can have that little bit of respite. I think that's really cool. I love that a lot. So yeah, overall, I mean, I've pretty much said this, but overall, I do really like this story, and I do really like everything you were going for with it. It's just unfortunate that there were some parts that got really muddied for me personally. And like, I don't know how much you guys have talked about it, but I would be curious to hear your thoughts as well. Do you agree that things got muddied for you? Do you agree that in my version it was clearer? Or are you like, no, it wasn't muddy at all for me, like your version wasn't better, you know, kind of thing? I mean, it fits on Discord to me, but I have Nitro. I was going to test that for you, because I know that's very much a thing that you end up running into, but I have Nitro and it won't tell me. It won't tell me the number when it's 2,000. It'll only tell me the number when I'm at 4,000. So I can't check that, unfortunately. All right. Wait, hang on a second. Oh, okay. So two things to that. I just realized that it's at 352 because I changed it. I was gonna have, where was it? Where'd it go? Oh, this is that's your version. Never mind. Go. Let's look at my version. Okay, that it was correct. It is 350. All right. Good. There you go. All right.
Oh, you got up, kitty.
What was I gonna say? I think I was just looking at looking at the chat. All right. The town is destroyed. Oh well. What is that in response to? Falmouthemus getting tired. That's all right. It was great to have you. Okay, let's see what the chat has been saying. Thank you. Oh yeah, I already did thank you. But thanks again for the cheer, Norman. Deline had to go, but it was great to have you. He is 70 out of 70 followers. Hold on. Well, it says, like, so it does say the kingdom was Ledzia, Jedzia was the queen. This is kind of, if Queen Jadzia and Jadza and Ledzia were gone, that okay, I guess that gives me a greater critique for that line, because this to me, it is very hard for me to read this as anything other than there are two queens, Queen Jadza and Ledzia, and the kingdom is named after one of the queens. Now that I know it, yeah, I can see if Queen Jadza and the kingdom of Ledzia are gone, but it is very hard for me to read it that way. I definitely understood it as more of a response to the kingdom city not being there anymore. You mean the it's okay, as opposed to like I forgive you kind of thing. The tree change. I think that way of shifting focus to the tree marks it as a powerful symbol of life surviving the ruins. Totally. I totally agree. Cat looking chair. But you're tasty. Yeah. 77 characters over. I was thinking that where did it go? I should have commented on it. Because I was thinking about what I would cut if I had to cut the more characters out. Oh, this is your version. I need to look at mine. Was it this? What would it sound like without that? The Shimmering Kingdom... No Shimmering Kingdom awaited them. Their horses' hoof... That is wrong. It should be like that. Their horses' hoofbeats sounded against paths stained with old blood. The smithy sat dark, the shops empty, the palace a stone skeleton. After an eternity, they arrived at the palace gardens, withered and dead now. Yeah, so that would work. I like it better with this, but you could take this out for characters. But I don't think that's what I was thinking of. I'm trying to remember what I was thinking of. Little idiot, not jotting down what I was thinking earlier. Oh yeah, you could cut this out. You could just say, not far past a patch of slick ice sat a rock cliff. A gatehouse sat snugly in the gap between the rocks. I think we would get, the gatehouses to the kingdom. Spinny thing arrives.
Oh, hi.
Spinny thing arrives. I'm loading. Oh no. Meant the kid was saying they weren't upset that the place he was taking them to didn't exist anymore. Yeah, I mean, fair. It's, lag goblins. That's not good. Yeah, that does says, I'm curious, chat, if anyone else was similarly muddled. The only other point of reference I have is I did read this one to my dad as well, and he also was muddled, but you know, I don't know how helpful that is to you. Yep, there's the lag goblin emoji. Bring out the flesh horse emojis and stickers. Stamp down the lag goblins. What is going on exactly? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Oh, kitties.
Cat keeps meowing, and I keep thinking in mind that I'm confused. I look down and don't see her. Aw, that's so cute. Yeah, there you go. There's the flesh horse emojis. Summon the flesh horse, indeed.
He's so cute.
It's Oh, okay. So you can hear me okay, it's just lagging.
It's almost midstream question time, Bobo. I'll let you out then.
Do you want to do a lag test? Sure. Say Bo in the chat.
Yes, say you.
So cute. Everything okay in terms of no video stuttering, just buffering symbols occasionally for me. Gotcha.
Meow, indeed.
I guess I'll maybe try and work on getting a midstream question written down while we're working on that. But thank you so much for submitting, Deathset. I hope I wasn't too harsh, but feel free to disregard anything that was. I see the bows, so not too much lag. Rook with a book. Hello, Bobo. Just says, I just want to know how many people and to what degree people agree with your critiques. Yes, so people, please, please answer Deathhead's question. That's your that's your other midstream question, I guess. All right, we just finished the first story. 6 are left. So, how many have we unlocked? As far as I know, we've unlocked 2. So we've unlocked QuoththeRaven and Nightwolf's stories. Okay. So these questions are just from our conversations earlier in the stream. So what are some things? Oh, kitty. What are some things that writing for the writing group has taught you about writing that you wouldn't have learned otherwise? What are some things that happened to your universe because of the writing group? Because of writing for the writing group that wouldn't have come up otherwise. I guess, what was the other thing I was thinking? That taught you about writing or did to your writing that you wouldn't have learned otherwise. Let's see. Aerith says, I really liked most of Kaylee's changes. They did help clarify the story. That is helpful to know and hear. But anyway, so yes, the ministry in question is just based on what we were talking about before about how the writing group, changed things. And I feel like this is a fun question for this redo prompt, that thinking back to your writing in the past and what writing for the writing group has done, to both your writing overall and your universe. So yes, I will see you guys in a little bit. I'm gonna let the cat out, take a little break. Excuse me. See you guys in a sec. Deedle-a-doo, deedle-a-doo, deedle-a-doo. Hello, I am back. Hold on. We'll probably have meowing kitties soon. Alright, Wolf says, diddly do. Honestly, the writing group reignited my love for creative writing. Try not to talk too much about this. My first ex, aka the good one, was a writer, and when we broke up, I took a long hiatus from writing. I had these ideas for role-playing game settings, but a lot of choice paralysis in how I wanted to develop my world prevented me from actually doing anything. The writing group has helped me focus on world-building particular aspects of these worlds. Now, if I can just make some concrete structures, I'll be cooking with gas. That is awesome. I am so glad to hear that it could help you get back into writing when it seemed hard. Yeah, I heard the door squeak. Massa says, well, generally I'd like to believe that joining the writing group streamlined and polished my writing, although I'm not entirely certain it has. There are a number of areas that I'm noticing simple errors, and I'm not sure. Maybe these errors have existed all along, and only through repeated writing am I now starting to notice it. Biggest one I found is redundancy, often in the same sentence, but these are problems that can be fixed during editing. I think my ability to think through a story and focus on what needs to be written is getting better. The most important thing I found that I'm doing is actually writing them. I repeatedly said that I've written more in the 3-ish years since I first joined Tale Foundry than I have in my entire life previously. Having prompts, meeting people that have an interest in my worlds, probably other things as well, but just motivating me to write, has made a world of difference. The saying is that writing is 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. It's true. Ideas need to be given form, and the writing group has really helped me work on the actual activity of writing stuff as opposed to keeping it in my noodle. That is awesome. Awesome. What was I gonna say? FYI, I do think you're starting to get tired, Kaylee, so I apologize if I am less coherent now. But that is awesome to hear that you've written so much more now. Oh, I scrolled up for myself. Okay. Thanks, me. Aerith said, I think mostly that being part of this writing group has motivated me to write at all. Before I was part of this community, I barely wrote at all. Being here really helped encourage my writing and to put myself out there and to have faith in myself and my writing. Aw, I'm sensing a theme, and it's kind of an awesome one. Norman says, obviously the word limit and character limit forced me to learn how to economize, to trim the fat. Simultaneously, it's made me also learn the value of having that breathing room of bigger limits and / no limits, and how much more detailed of an image I can create. That's very fair, yeah. Ragnar says, I'm not sure if I can answer the second one. Maybe some prompts have helped me in perceiving some interesting directions I could take some stories due to the prompt influence, and then it was integrated into my universe. But on the first one, the writing group has made it abundantly clear to me that some experiences are too emotionally differently tinged if seen from a different cultural lens, and we should be very wary of it when writing for a general audience. That's interesting. That is a very different answer than anybody else has said so far. That is very curious. I see more answers in the not-so-private chat. Eddie says, well, I wouldn't have written about the Zeus, the dude broiest of the dude bros, if not for the writing group. Sadly, my presence has coincided with life getting in the way of me actually wanting to write, but that might just be a matter of time. Well, we are very grateful to have Zeus, the dude broiest of dude bros in our lives. I think I speak for everyone. Mr. Strangely says, the writing group gave me the encouragement and constant motivation to write in general. Provided a loving community of other writers to talk with and seek advice / opinions from. Participating in the prompts themselves has given me the opportunity and courage to write outside my comfort zone, ranging from different genres to entirely different formats in storytelling. If I hadn't joined this, current me would likely have considered the idea of a gothic would likely have not considered the idea of a gothic meta story made of a fictional language or created what is now the longest piece of fiction I've made to date about talking trees of all things. Oh, that's fantastic. That's really cool, and that's a good point that nobody else has brought up yet, that these short stories allow you to go wacky with it and go in totally different directions. You can write this story about this, and next week you can write something totally different. Hellenic says, I really feel like my world of the Man in Rags has become a lot clearer. People's observations and questions have helped to make more sense for me. Oh, that's great. So that's a universe answer that has become clearer. That is great. Hansa says, I ended up with a new main character for my novel series. Ooh. The writing group has helped build my confidence as a writer. As someone with ADHD, it's incredibly hard to finish anything, so being able to not only start but finish a piece of fiction gives me a sense of accomplishment. That's a great point, yeah. When it feels too daunting to write something long, then having these short stories makes you feel like, I did it! I wrote a story! And I think that's something I hadn't much thought about, but I feel like, at least for me, like, if I just sat down by myself and was like, you're going to write a story that's 350 words, and that's going to be a story, I'd be like, that's not enough words to count as a story. Like, internally, it wouldn't have felt like enough to me. But knowing, like, no, structurally, in the entire group, everyone considers this valid. Everyone considers this is a story. And so being able to do that, I think, is and feel like, yes, this is a story, and feel accomplished with that, I think, is great. Carissa says, I feel like it has helped me a lot by forcing me to actually finish things. I suffer a lot from starting long projects and changing to other long projects, leaving them unfinished or unedited. The limit, both in words and time, has allowed me to finish them, and also letting go those that could be further tweaked and changed, and just be happy with how I left them by the end of the week. That's a great point. I like that phrase at the end. Just be happy with how I left them at the end of the week. That's true of me too. That, like, in my perfectionism, I keep tweaking and tweaking things and struggle to say I'm done. And so having that deadline does help me too, to go like, okay, we're done. It's good. you know. But at the end of a too long editing process, a piece might just become different instead of better if you extend it that too much. Yeah, fair enough. Rook says, in general, it's helped me write more. I get caught up in building the plot or the world. The spark that made me excited to write fading away as I strayed further and further from the original inspiration. But this isn't a novel or short story. I can take my scrap of creativity and write something without thinking of bigger implications. A single moment, a snapshot. It doesn't need anything else. I don't need to plan politics or geography. It's about characters, the little things, and I love it. Ooh, that's a really great point, for sure. Yeah, that's definitely something that I struggle with, too, that sometimes building a world feels so big and so difficult, and so just going, you don't need to worry about that. Just worry about this scene right now. And you could even use a scene to explore a single aspect of world building, but even that is like, I'm just focusing on this today and not the whole world, I think is very helpful. Mark says, short of what I've already mentioned, I will definitely say my editing has gotten significantly better because of needing to work within the word/character limit every week. And it's a sounding board to test out any idea I'm curious about doing because I have so many opportunities to do them out. One thing I absolutely wouldn't have done without Tale Foundry is the entire story of Matt's parents. Very fair. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that's a great point about the sounding board thing too, that you can be like, I'm not so sure about this idea. It could be in general, or it could be something in the universe, and just going, here's me trying this out, then you can see what people in the writing group think. Hellenic says, it's also helped me to cut the fat, as it were, even in my long-form pieces. I really appreciate how a sharp, concise sentence can be more impactful than an unclear, intricate one. Very fair. Very fair. Mako says, I wasn't sure what to say, but I think it's safe to say that this group has given me more motivation and opportunity to develop and write for Chronicles of the Dragon, more than I may have ever done before, if at all. The best kind of world building through doing. Yes, so very, very fair. That is lovely to hear. Nice. Just saw Hellenic in spoilers. Also, it's really helped me to improve my writing in non-erotic scenes. Nice. Yeah, the stream itself doesn't hide spoilers right? Yeah, if you want to spoil something and not have it on the stream forever, then the spoilers on Discord won't work. I want to say something to move the chat up, but because it doesn't hide spoilers, I have no words. Fair enough. I mean, on my screen, it's moved up now. Alright. I mean, like, why do you need to be embarrassed about that? Like, that's a totally valid form of writing if that's what you're into. But it's also great that it's helping you improve other forms of writing. Our words, I have words. Nice. But yeah, like, as for my personal answer, well, writing is my passion and my life, so I would and did still write without the writing group, but it is really nice that it helps me write very consistently. Like, even if I'm having a tough week, I always write something for the writing group, and so it helps me feel accomplished in that sense of, like, even if I feel like I'm not getting other stuff done writing-wise that I want to get done, I at least am always able to finish my story for the writing group, and that's really nice. And it's something that it very much helped me and changed in my writing is that, I think I've talked about this before, but it's I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? Oh, I remember. I would always write very long things. I would be so long-winded to the point where I did not need to be. And I still remember in a critique group I was in that, I don't remember the numbers, but it was basically like, the conversation went on for 18 pages. It was a good conversation, but it was 18 pages, you know? So like that's the mode that I was in, that I would just, I love writing, and so I'd keep going and you know, let them go too long, and especially, you know, with internal monologue, like I said, I would just write, it's like, here's 10 pages of just a character thinking about life, because that's what I enjoyed writing, and, you know, that's in some ways is still valid, but the being in the writing group has deeply helped me to be able to cut stuff down and to be concise and be able to say what I want to say, but not go overboard with it. And it's really nice because it's like, okay, I have to decide what the core of the idea is and just keep that in. And then that means that when I do write the long version, then A, it feels like a reward that I get to continue it on, and B, I feel like even when I do go to write long versions, that it doesn't become that super long-winded, like, oh, like, dragging on forever. I know what the core is now, and so I'm just enhancing that core. What was I gonna say? So I definitely was not able, well, I was, you know, able, but it was very difficult for me to write short stories before. So that's a huge thing, that it has improved my writing a lot, and being able to be concise and get to the point and stuff like that. I don't know I don't know if there's anything in particular it changed about my universe, because my universe is something I've had in my head for over 10 years, and it's constantly evolving and changing, and I'm certain that especially getting feedback on it, that there are things that have changed because I got feedback. But, you know, there's so much that goes on that I struggle to know what, like, this specifically, the writing group changed, you know, as opposed to what just would have happened naturally. Though it is really interesting because, you know, there's this other universe that I've been contemplating for a while, but haven't managed to make any progress on, that in the past couple weeks, like, it came to my head again, and I tweaked one thing, and that seemed to maybe be the one thing that I needed to open the floodgates, because I was able to write a lot more for it than I ever have before. And I think that I'm probably going to use at least one of my stories this week for that new universe, if not both of them. And that's a fun thing, universe related, that I can just go, oh yeah, like I have a new thought for a universe now, and instead of like sitting, in my head and being like, okay, I have to come up with the world, I have to think of all of it, here in my head by myself. I can be like, write something, like actual, kind of what Mako is saying about, like, the best kind of world building through doing, that being able to just go, hey, you want to try and develop that universe? You can write about it for a writing group prompt. A new universe, a whole new world, yes. Indeed. But anyways, this is a fun conversation, and it's lovely to hear that the writing group has helped you guys just write more. And that's actually, that's one of the biggest things that I didn't mention just now, is that, whoa. That's so cute! I love that so much! I want to pin that now. Just like pin that for for a rainy day. That is cute. I love that so much. And they Twitch popped them all. Yep. But if for those who can't see, Hellenic posted, here's some bubble wrap for your troubles, and it is just the word pop, and like a bunch of times, and it's spoilered, and so it totally looks like bubble wrap, and you can pop it by clicking the spoiler. That is so cute, and must have been very time consuming to copy down. I love that. But anyways, one of the biggest things that the writing group gave me is a community, and I think I've talked about this before, but like when I was just writing fan fiction in the fan fiction communities, like it was very lonely, especially because I was not in big fandoms, and even if I did write something for a big fandom, it didn't get a lot of traction, and so I would be calling out into the void, posting my writing into the void, just desperately hoping for a single comment and rejoicing if I got that, but usually not even getting that. And so arriving at a community where it's like, hi, it's required to comment, like it's required to interact with your fellow writers. Like, I think I've said before that I started at least tearing up when I read that rule, if not full on crying, because that's just what I had been looking for so long. And so having this community and making, such wonderful friends here, and friends who could remain friends for years, is really what I was looking for all that time. And so it's really wonderful and lovely. And I'm very glad to hear that you guys have found that too, and found more motivation for writing. So yeah, great time all. Let us go on to QuoththeRaven, aka Rook's story. Promise of Love by QuoththeRaven. The tempest tossed the scarlet scourge with unbridled fury. Dripping with water, my white-knuckled grip clutched the medallion as I stared down the barrel of the pistol. "Toss it into the sea," my first mate commanded over the howling gale. His finger trembled as it hovered near the trigger. A voice in my head reasoned he wouldn't pull it. I brought the medallion up to my face. The silver serpent's sapphire eyes stared back at me. It had promised me. I have to keep it. It's killing us! One by one until no one is left. Behind him, Lightning flashed, illuminating waves that threatened to tip the ship. The god of the deep demands sacrifice. He shall have it. His eyes widened in horror. Darby, he pleaded, face wet, but whether with tears or the rain, I cared not. The serpent lies. Whatever it promises is not real. Liar, the voice hissed. I had spoken to the serpent. It had appeared in my dreams, led me to the medallion, promised me it would bring back the one I loved. I took a step forward. I paid my price. Are you willing to pay yours? Please. His breath was shaky, and he gripped the gun with both hands. Another step. Do it. Darby, the dead. Do it, Corbin! I roared. Another step. I felt cold metal against my forehead. Maybe I wanted to die. Knew that this false god claimed false power. I couldn't kill my crew anymore. Please. It was barely above a whisper. I can't let her go. When he lowered the pistol, I feared he hadn't heard me. The voice screamed to kill him. I shut it out. Orvin's gaze flicked from me to the medallion, then back to me. He raised the pistol. I closed my eyes. A shot rang out. I felt my flesh tear, the voice along with it. Looking down, I saw the bleeding stump of the hand that once held the medallion. The world swayed and darkened. Corvin rushed forward to catch me, and everything faded to black. Those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I popped everyone. There were no secret messages within. Very, very true. Kansas. The friendships really are amazing. I haven't been active for over a year, and I come back and still have a few people who remember me. Aw, that's lovely. So, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that QuoththeRaven's story is the only story from our lineup, as far as I know, which was a true edit, that this story was done before and was read on the stream. And, or at least, even if it wasn't read, it was picked. And so, because of that, I'm going to do something fun. And I am actually going to read the original version. I'm sorry it looks weird. I just copied it from the Tale Foundry website, and this is what happened. But so I'm going to read you the original version, and so that we can all comment. Do you think that the new version is improved? Do you think it was a successful redo? What do you think was improved? What do you think wasn't? Here we go. Love of Treasure. Original version by Rambling Rook. I had to get rid of the medallion. Rough seas had threatened to capsize the Scarlet Scourge for days now. The moonlight cascaded into my chamber, illuminating the sapphire in the middle of the coiled serpent. It was near hypnotic. I have to keep it. The deck was silent, except for the creaking of wood, or so I thought. I heard the flintlock click as my first mate took a breath. Apologies, Captain, but it's the only way we can end this nightmare. His hesitation was clear. We never killed our own. I spun around to face him. Does the rest of the crew agree? What if it doesn't work? My blood will be on your hands, and you will all still be cursed. He grit his teeth in a vain attempt to steel himself as his hand trembled. A risk I will have to take. You never should have tried to steal from a god. I made a mistake. I put my hands up in a defensive gesture. One I intend to fix if you'll just... How is sneaking off the ship supposed to help? He reasoned. How is killing me supposed to help, Corvin? I fired back. I glanced behind me. My chance to hop into the dinghy and lower myself into the water had passed. The gods are upset. You lied to us, Derry, and now you're trying to abandon... No one else needs to get hurt because of me, I pleaded. I'm taking it with me. He lowered the pistol. What are you talking about? If I leave, it won't affect any of the crew anymore. I need to keep it. He went pale. You stole something, didn't you? I said nothing. Didn't you? He roared, bringing the pistol up in a flash. Let me go. How do you know that we aren't cursed? I won't let you kill yourself by running off. Return it to the sea. I can't do that. Then you left me no choice. There was a loud crack, and I fell bleeding into the waves. I guess it's a double clap. Alrighty, Minesweeper. Oh, that's awesome. Of course, the Twitch chat shows it off. Well, no, it doesn't. Weird. It's like paper? That's odd. That's so cool. I love this. Alright. Well, I very much enjoy this story. I remembered this story immediately, and I remembered enjoying it the first time as well. But I do absolutely think that you have improved it. I think that... we'll talk about it. I thought it was already great, and you made it even greater, which is exactly the point, or one of the points of this prompt, which is awesome to see. So I should read your note. Author's note. This is a redo of the prompt Hoist the Sails. I was quite unhappy with the old one. The blocking was kind of everywhere, and I was trying to fit too much detail into the story. I liked the plot, I liked the characters, I just didn't have the words to reveal the whole of events that led to the moment the powder keg exploded. I boiled down the elements and decluttered the cursed artifact. This time around, I didn't focus on it, I focused on the characters. Why had it gotten this far? Why does the artifact matter so much to Darby that he's willing to kill his crew? I feel the story still isn't quite what I wanted it to be, but shows definite improvement. I say here that you narrowed down the point / focus. You did a lot more than that, but that is one of the first thoughts, that it definitely feels much more honed into what the point is. It's really interesting that you say that you oh no, never mind. I read it as that you didn't focus on the artifact, but you did this time around. Gotcha. But yeah, so like starting with the first line, like immediately the line gets us into the action. The image of the image of the first story where he's like, staring at the medallion works too. Talking about the storm and the medallion works too, but I think this works better, at least for me, because here we are right in medias res, like, we're in the middle of a storm, and he's clutching the medallion with a white knuckle grip, like that already immediately tells us he does not want to let go, and then he's staring down the barrel of the pistol, like 3 great details. Three great details immediately that give us lots of information that we need to be intrigued and to understand the story. I think it's great. I like starting with toss it into the sea, so instead of starting with, like, time to die, it's, hey, get rid of it, Adds... I think I'll snooze that one, because I don't think that you are a subscriber. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Don't know if I said that already. So I like starting with toss it into the sea. It's so that the stories can ramp up instead of starting with in the other story. The emotion is great in both of them, but in the other story it was much more up here the whole time. But in this story it feels like it goes up. It starts getting more and more emotional, and I think that's great and leaves a greater impact. And then I do like the detail in the other one of, like, we never killed our own. But I do agree with your edit that it wasn't necessary to say, and the trembling works quite well. I really like the voice in his head. Like, this voice is telling him, that he's not going to pull it, and that's our first introduction to there's something in his head kind of thing. I like that a lot. And then I like the I have to keep it. I think it's impactful in both, but I think it's even more impactful in this one um, because the first mate just asked or just said, "Hey, toss it into the sea." And instead of him just looking at it there in his quarters, he's responding to the first mate and going, "I can't let it go. I have to keep it." Which is something overall I really like about the change, which is that instead of having it be that he's trying to leave with the medallion and it's kind of hard to tell, does he truly want to protect his crew or is it more about himself? Instead here it is this, like, I have to keep it, I can't let go. I think that's a lot clearer and a lot punchier, and I really like that a lot. And so, like, kind of in this mad drive. Uh-oh, is there a lag? Are we lagging? Say star if you can hear me. Wolf says I'm good. I assume that's response to me. Earth says not for me. Star. Okay. Cool. All right. So yeah, I like, honing in on the main character's motivations and having it be that he's fully, kind of being almost fully mind controlled. We'll get back to that. And then I really like this is a perfect description. Like like I said, it worked in the other version of the story, but this is a really great description of, like, hey, it's killing us one by one until no one's left. Here are the stakes. And then in the tag, basically, it's saying, hey, that storm is it's causing the storm. You were a lot more direct in the other one of saying that, and I think in this one you realized you didn't need to be that direct, that you could very clearly show that the storm is what is being caused by the medallion without having to spend too many words on it. And then this is another line of the character being the captain being fully engrossed. I like that. I really like this too, like but with tears or rain, and the serpent lies, whatever it promises is not real. That's very cool. Feels almost biblical. Like, I don't know if the first mate is saying, like, that serpent lies, or kind of saying, like, serpents, they always lie. Either way, it's very cool. I like that a lot, and it really shows the care for Darby, that it's like, he's so horrified, you can't tell if he's crying. He's like, it's lying to you. I think that's very cool. And then I like the liar, the voice hissed. That's great. I like this, explanation of, like, I'd seen it in my dreams. It promised it would give me back the one I loved. That was I think that was a new detail. And I really liked that. I think that helps a lot and shows why Darby is so deeply, engrossed in the serpent's lies. This is really interesting. I'm curious what it refers to, because, like, it kind of sounds like he's saying, like, I paid my price to get back the one. Well, I guess we're having an ad. I thought it would snooze for longer. But like, I paid my price for the one I love. And so is he saying, like, so now you're going to pay the price for me getting back the one I love? Or is he saying, like, oh, the serpent will give you gifts too, and you will pay your own price? I'm not really sure. Oh, I hear a meow.
Kitty? Come here, Bella. Come here, Bella. You're just so silly. Just so cute. You're so cute.
I see Rook says, well, I should wait, because I think Rook is in an ad.
You and enjoy the kitty. Enjoy the kitty. Yes, a baby kitty. You're so cute. Oh, you purring. You purring, kitty. That's so cute.
Wish you guys could hear her. I know she's too quiet.
Oh, the baby.
Oh, okay. Now the ad's coming up. It's weird. It has a countdown for when the ad's gonna start, and then it takes at least 5 minutes before the ad starts after the countdown. Or not 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Before the ad starts.
So weird. Right, kitty? Just so weird. You want to stay on my lap? No? Would have been nice, though. Would have been nice, though.
"20 seconds. Talking a lot about Minesweeper. 6 seconds.
Hi, kitty. Are you adorable?
Alright, it says that the ad has ended. Alright. Where was I? Yeah, I'm curious what he means when he says, "Are you willing to pay yours?" And then I like, that Darby's kind of daring him to shoot him, which I think is another change from the original. Yeah, they're much more, they're going back and forth, and in this case it's more of like, I'm not letting go, so you'll just have to shoot me kind of thing, and I think that's very, very powerful. I do think that it gets a little bit confusing as to who's talking with the another step, because it's unclear who is stepping forward. Not too bad, but that's one of the few critiques I have for the story, is that I got a little bit lost as to who was stepping forward. But it does have their names, so that does help. I do think it's very interesting here. I'm a little torn on this part, because in one sense it feels like it's a little bit jarring, because it feels very self-aware compared to everything else he's thought. But at the same time, I also rather like it, because it is showing that he's not totally brainwashed. He's still in there, basically, that he's maybe I knew, she promised me, but maybe deep down I knew. And I do really love this. I can't let her go. I think that's very cool. I do think that it would be helpful if that it at least said her here. I had spoke to the serpent. She had spoken in my dreams, potentially also the god of the deep demand sacrifice, and she shall have it if the serpent is also the god. Though the serpent could be a messenger of the god. So I do think that would be helpful, but nonetheless, I do really like that, humanizing of it, that I can't let this medallion go, but this medallion has become more than, an it to me. It is a her now, I think that's powerful. And then it is interesting that the voice tells Darby to kill Corvin at the end here, and he is able to shut it out. And then I really like the change from killing Darby to cutting off his hand. I think that was a great change, and I kind of saw it coming, but it's one I like. I kind of saw it coming, where I was thinking earlier, I was like, cut off his hand with the medallion in it, but I was happy to see that is actually what happened. oh, you can't let it go? Well, I'll make you let it go. I don't have to kill you to make you let it go. And I think that's really cool. I like that a lot, and it brings this air of hope to the piece that maybe the curse has ended at the end. And not only that, the curse has ended without the need for needless bloodshed. That without the need for needless death, at least. And I think that is really cool. I like that a lot. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's common for, like, after, like, a limb is amputated for you to pass out, but so, like, in one sense, that's completely fair. A completely fair reaction. But in the other sense, like, faded to black is much more of a, like, maybe he actually did die kind of reaction, and so I think maybe just ending on Corvin catching him, and being like, you know, maybe saying something to him, maybe would have been better. I'm not sure. I do also like, you know, I felt my flesh tear, the voice along with it. Flesh tear is this, a pretty visceral way to describe it, which I like. And the voice along with it, you know, seems like it went through his head. And so then that helps, you know, it feel more like a twist when you realize it's not his head. And so, yeah, I am also curious if the hand fell on deck or into the water. For me, it seems a little more powerful if it fell into the water, because then that feels like it's gone. If it's on the deck, there's a strong chance that whoever picks it up is gonna get enthralled with it. So I hope it fell in the water. But it would be nice to have the hand fall, like, splash, like hears the gunshot, feels the pain, and then splash. I think would be really nice. But yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. Ooh, I like fun. That's great. Echo says, much improved. There's more immediacy to the conflict. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there is this level. That's interesting, because there is this level in the first piece of hesitation on kind of both of their parts, right? That it's clear Corvin doesn't want to kill him, and it's clear that, you know, he doesn't want to let go. Darby doesn't want to let go. And that works. Like, that totally works in the story. That is all my kitty. All those... Oh, gosh. All those dashes are my kitty. So, like, that's great, and that works, but I do like it better in the sense of, like, instead of both of them are, like, not doing what they should be doing, instead it is that, you know, he's like, hey, I really don't want to kill you, please let it go, and he's like, I'm not gonna let it go, so guess you gotta kill me. I think that conflict works better, and like I said, has more of a ramp up. I don't think I said, I also really love the emotion in this piece. I feel like there aren't a lot of pieces where I can, like, I don't know, yell in that way and feel like this genuine emotion, you know, in my reading of it, which I think is, I mean, of course I can feel genuine emotion in a lot of stories, but just, I don't know, this brand of emotion, I guess, where this urgency, this stuff really comes through, and I like it a lot. Hellenic says that was gripping. Yeah, exactly. Era says, okay, so I think the newer story was a big improvement. I think the rewrite brought in the element of the captain longing for someone the amulet promised to return. It moved from a simple cursed pirate crew and reworked it to the longing of Darby and his need for the lost love, and the love Corvin has for Darby in sparing his life in this version by only shooting his hand. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot more, like, it's funny because you were saying that you were focused more on the characters than the other story, and that is true. Like, there is that, like, we never killed our own thing in there as well, but in a sense I almost feel like the characters come through stronger here because we have the motivation of Darby about this lost loved one.
Oh, cat. Yo, cat. What you doing? Baby. Baby silly. Come on. Come on, baby.
Just seeing a kitty bum.
Oh, kitty.
Bella.
funny.
What was I even saying? Oh yeah, that you can feel like the characters come through even stronger here because we have the character who of Darby who is longing for his lost love, and you feel the love of Corvin for him much stronger, especially in the fact that he only cuts off his hand and stuff like that. So I think they totally came through even stronger. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I see now why you were talking about Twitch having an issue. The loved one is a new detail. Felt greed didn't fit his character. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And, like, I think it creates a more impactful story knowing all of it is for love and not for greed.
Yeah, the baby kitty.
Brooke says, I'm thinking about it now. I think I meant Corvin paying the price for one he loved, which is Darby. In my head, I have this love triangle between them. Oh, interesting. So Darby is in love with somebody else who the medallion promises to bring back. And Corvin is in love with Darby and doesn't want... That's even more reason to not want to kill him. That's interesting. And Corvin or Darby knowing that he's in love with him, and being like, you're gonna have to pay the price of your loved one. That's interesting. I definitely was not reading their relationship as romantic, so I think I'd need a little bit more to get that. But I do like that idea and that like interpretation of that line, or not interpretation. You're the author. It's the canon interpretation. Is Corvin willing to die to make Darvin happy? Oh, wait, it's the opposite. Interesting. So, interesting. The her is the loved one. The it is the serpent, aka the medallion. Oh, I see. I see. That does make sense. That it's like, I can't let the medallion go. I can't let my loved one go that this medallion promises to bring back. I don't know if I would have quite got that on my own. I'm not sure, but I do like that. I very much thought that she was Darby's loved one rather than the serpent or sea god, just that the serpent promises to bring her back from death. So Aerith got it. And Ragnar says that could be a bit clearer. So 2 different reactions. And then, what is the title? I see. And then Guller says that it makes sense with the title. The title is Promise of Love. That does make sense. I kind of assumed the hand, with the flesh torn, that the hand literally exploded and the hand was no more and the medallion fell into the sea. Possibly, yeah. Serpent 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yep, a kitty typing. Got the impression the Corvin / Darby relationship was more intense but platonic. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting. That can be the case, especially with like a crew of pirates, that their relationships can be very close. Like when you're in the out on the sea, for months or years together, you gotta form close bonds. And so I could totally see a crew caring about a fellow crew member like this. And so both of those things can work. We're apparently talking about creepy children's toys over in the not-so-private chat. Alright. This is a great story, Raven. Let us go on to Nightwolf. I feel like that last story was one of the only stories that you might have been able to guess the prompt for, and I didn't ask about it. So I guess after you finish this story, you jot down your guesses right away. Alright. Drifting Letters by Nightwolf. Every time I see you, with your infectious curiosity and never-ending passion, there's an unexplainable joy that runs through me, sending me back to memories of childish wonder and freedom. I can't live without your smile down the hallway while chasing ghosts or pirates. But life does not simply ask, it demands. And I want you to know that even if you forget me, I will never forget you. Goodbye. Much love, Mom. This letter, with an address on the back, sent the boy on a quest, writing letters, sending things, even going there at one point, but cowering away at the last second. But there wasn't even one letter sent back to the boy. For 12 long years, he remained hopeful and patient. But now he finally decided to move on, to forget about the childish dream he desperately wanted to be real. But before that, he wanted to write one last letter to his mother. And here he was, standing at the post office's front desk, trembling as he held the letter, tears welling in his eyes. But he managed to leave the letter. Lost in thoughts, he accidentally bumped into a young lady, scattering her letters. As he tried to help, he realized that every one of the letters was his. "Where did you get all these letters from?" he asked, nervously awaiting the answer. "Someone kept sending them, and I wanted to know for so long who it was, so I thought I would find my answer here." "What is your address?" he asked, waiting for her to answer him, his emotions all over the place. Silence engulfed the room, with the only sound being the letters being lifted from the floor. Before she answered, 51 Grove Street. Why?" "Those letters were supposed to be delivered a couple blocks away from yours." He paused for a second before saying, "I'm sorry for sending all those letters." She giggled a little and gave the man a letter. "What's this?" "You're not the only one with a writing talent," she answered before leaving. I am holding a kitty paw. I am holding a kitty paw over the keyboard so she didn't mess up the reading. That's awesome that it was in the shot. Oh, kitty. Hey, why don't you go back behind the computer? Yeah, like that.
Kitty. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You're so cute. Are you struggling to find a place to lay your bum? Can I put this over the computer?
Prompt 197, the last letter. That's pretty good. I like that. Alright. This was a very, very cute story. Nightwolf. Oops. So, author's note. The story is for the prompt, "I wasn't aiming for you," which was the first and only prompt I participated in with the story, Towering Regrets, which was outside the boundaries of the prompt. And hope is with me that this story is actually within the boundaries of the prompt. Also, I wanted to rewrite my old story, but I don't think I have gained enough experience to do it. So I just wrote a new story. I have a few questions that I would like to find the answer to. Am I in the prompt this time around? Does the note at the beginning work for this story? Is the dialogue better than my previous story? Is the story any good? So you guys feel free to answer those questions in the chat. I can tell you right away that it is absolutely within the prompt. It is actually a very good use of the prompt. It works very well. What was I going to say? I'm very glad that we got to read the story, because it seems like from Nightwolf's note that Nightwolf may have been seeking for a redo, seeking for redemption more than anybody else here. And so I'm very glad that you got that opportunity, and I think you did a great job. And does the note at the beginning work? I think I will talk about that as I go into the story. Is the dialogue better than my previous story? I should have gone back and grabbed your previous story or just read it for a good comparison, but I didn't. But I think it is better. I remember being quite confused in some places with the previous story, and this one, while on a first read it was a bit confusing, it was on my second read I felt like I totally got what was going on, and so I do think that it is better. And yes, it is any good. I do think that this is one of those stories where just giving it a cursory read, it is lovely, it is adorable, It is a great use of the prompt. But I do think it is one of those stories that when you start looking into the details of it, then you start having a lot of questions about it. So I'm hoping I won't be too harsh with it. But as I always say, if I do end up being too harsh, then just feel free to ignore anything that isn't helpful. But let's go into it. So the note is very cute. I like this idea. Like, I like the love that I feel from the mother, and I like the, chasing ghosts and pirates, because that is, what kids are wont to do, and it's kind of cute. Like, it's a little confusing at first, but once you know what's going on, it's rather cute that it's described as if it's real, that he's chasing ghosts or pirates, because as a kid, even though there may not be actual ghosts or pirates in his room, he certainly is chasing them. And I think that is really cute, and I just love, like, you could have gone so much more general and just being like, I love you, son, but I love that you went, very specific with it, like infectious curiosity, never-ending passion, and stuff like that. I think that is wonderful. But life does not simply ask, it demands. That is my favorite line in the piece. That is a beautiful line. I really love that. I wish that I knew more of what she was referring to there, and I think I'll come back to that, but I do really like that line. And it is really interesting to start with the letter, because the whole story is about letters, and so starting with word for word what the letter was is a great way to start. I do think it would help to put the letter in italics, because it very much read to me as just, the character saying, like, speaking in the story being in second person, and I had to kind of rejigger my brain when I got to Much Love, Mom. So I think, like, putting it like that, now that you do have the capability, would be very helpful. You also could put it in quotes, at least, though I would have read that as dialogue. So yeah, I do think that the italics would be very helpful. Hang on. I do think that the story, like, of the estrangement is interesting and sad. You can use italics? Yes, you can. The reason you couldn't before is because it would mess with the bot and the website, but Discord has, like, built-in italics things, so you can use them. The bold won't work so well, though, because if you can't tell, everything is bold. The words are in bold, so it will, is it gonna say? That I have to unbold them instead of bold them. Yeah, so the story is very gut-wrenching and melancholy. I have questions. I think I might come back to that, but yes. Oh, kitty.
Stinky kitty.
I do like this image of just letters going everywhere and, like, him looking at the letters and they're all his. I think that's a really neat image. I like that a lot. And I can really feel, even with, like, this very general statement of his emotions all over the place, I can still really feel, like, oh, what's your address? Like, maybe trembling a little and stuff like that. I like that a lot. So the questions that end up coming up with this story is that I think that the beginning part would work a bit better if this was a friend rather than his mom, because of course it is absolutely possible to become estranged towards your own family, but it is much more difficult to cut ties with your own family. And so with a friend, like, if you don't get a letter back, then yeah, like, that's enough to estrange you. But with your mom, especially when the last letter was so positive, it feels very odd that estrangement was able to occur in the first place, because like I said, I don't really know what she means when she says life does not simply ask, it demands. It seems like that's what took them apart, but I don't know what it is. And so I'm kind of sitting here going, well, the letter seems super nice and full of love. And so, you know, he should be thinking about that, and he should go, you know, she said she loved me. So it seems odd for her to, you know, not return my letters, which, you know, brings me to this question, which is, why would he cower away? Again, I think that could make sense if this was a friend, but with his mom, it's like, this is your childhood house. This is the hallway that you chased ghosts and pirates in. The last time you spoke, she seemed full of love for you. So what would make you cower away? What would make you not go in? And like another thing about parents and family is that I guess, you know, this isn't true for everyone, but I think for a lot of people, you go see them at Christmas. You go see them at holidays. And so even if she never writes to him all year, presumably he would go over for Christmas. But, you know, but with a friend, then yeah, you're probably not gonna go see your friend for Christmas. And so that totally could make sense, where even if like the last letter from a friend was really nice, maybe like that does happen where friends ghost each other, whether it be full of malice or not, you know, then, and like this, I've pretty much had this situation online with friends before, and stuff, and so it would make sense if this were a friend, but because it's a mom, I have questions. I have a little bit of trouble suspending my disbelief. And then going down to the present day, so there is also a question of why she would bring all his letters to the post office, unless she is mailing them all back. But if she is, you know, why didn't she do that with the first letter? Just go return to sender kind of thing. Why did she keep them if she intends to send them all back? If she doesn't, you know, why would she be holding the letters with her when she's trying to send her own letter? And then the question of the address as well. There's this question of either he wrote the wrong address on every letter for 12 years, or he wrote the right address on them, and the post office got it wrong for every letter for 12 years. And if that's the case, I'm surprised they're not yelling at the post office, because that is one very incompetent post office if they're sending all these letters to the wrong address when the right address is written to them for 12 years. Little grammar thing. I'm not really sure why it says before here. Before she answered. What happened before she answered? You know. So I feel like something that would work better, at least for me, is that instead of having it be that it's been 12 years, you could have it be just the first time, or the second time that he sent a letter or two or three. He hasn't gotten a response. And this lady is getting the letters, and she's like, this is the wrong address, but I like how he writes, so I'm going to write him a letter back. And so they run into each other at the post office, and he's maybe in line behind her, and he's looking over her shoulder, and he sees, that's my address. And he kind of taps her and goes, hey, this is kind of weird, but that's my address. Are you writing a letter to me? And then she could be like, oh yeah, like, if it is you, you know, you sent me a bunch of letters, and it seemed like they were for your mom, but I got them. I think that would totally be believable. Then that would also address the, why is she bringing all the letters to the post office? Why'd she wait so long? Why is she bringing all the letters to the post office? You know, why did he not go over? I think it would address a lot of those questions, just to have it be earlier on and him to look over her shoulder. I do think that the ending is cute, that how I'm reading it is that she liked how he wrote, and she's like, I can write too, you know. I think that is rather adorable. And that she's not, bothered by it. It would be a pretty crazy situation to, like, read all the letters that these heartfelt and pain-filled letters of someone to his mom. And, I guess it'd be kind of prying, but, you would really get to know this person, and they know nothing about you. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar to, like, a parasocial relationship. But yeah, so be curious to see a sequel of them, like, going on a date or something like that, or just hanging out as friends or whatever. But yes, let's see what folks have been saying. I think we're still talking about creepy children's toys in the stream, the not so private chat. Ragnar says, it's a good story and a very heartfelt one, but it is a bit confusing, and it loses some of the appeal due to not being clear at the end. Very fair. What specifically was not clear to you at the end? Yeah, it could have been neat if she'd been a sister he didn't know about. Oh, that's interesting. Like the idea that the sister owns the house now, that the letters did get to the correct place, but maybe the mom has moved out or has passed away and now she's the sister. I do still think that it's a little weird she kept them instead of, saying, hey, mom's gone. But that would be neat as well. Era says, I've had friends drift apart from me as well. It just happens at times. Seemingly, especially with friends from college who go their own ways. Yeah, that's very true. That like at the end of high school, like everyone's like, we'll totally keep touch, and then surprise, like even the people I really thought I'd keep in touch with, I don't. Except for one. There's one person who's a friend from my high school, who I still talk to, who is in this writing group. I don't know if he wants to be called out, but he is. Perhaps strange cat lady steals all your letters because she's lonely and needs to pry into people's lives. That's awesome. That could have worked. That could have made sense as to why she'd keep him for 12 years if he just finds this old lady with like a cat on her shoulder. And it's like, I am lonely. I liked your letters. I didn't want you to stop sending them, kind of thing. Yeah, I guess it doesn't say her age, does it? Oh no, it does say young, at least. But anywho, very cute story. I hope that you feel you were able to redeem yourself, because I think that you were. But it's now time to, and unless we have unlocked another story without me knowing about it, so let me know if we have, then it is time to announce the prompt for next week. All right. Oh, you purring. You're so cute. Mail fraud because you're lonely. Justification enough. Prompt time. Prompt. Flesh horse. I love the idea of it slowly just evolving into prompt time, prompt horse, prompt time, prompt horse, flesh horse. Just slowly devolves. Alright. Okie dokie. Need to. Let's try that. And. Whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? For once, I'm not talking to a cat. I'm talking to Discord. Alright.
Now there's a kitty.
So I can't move the screen. Alright. In third place with 13 votes is Heart in a Chest. I know that's one Lee has been submitting for a while, and it's getting up there, but not its time yet. In second place, with 19 votes, we have Love Bites. This is a prompt I have very mixed feelings about. Some love, some unsureness. But it is a good prompt. But our prompt for next week, with 27 votes, our winner is Would Everybody Please Stop Dying? I want to find, because I know that this was a joke, that was a riff off of prompts that other people were submitting. Was it after mine? It might have been. I should have grabbed it before. Oh, here we go. Okay, I was just replying to, oops, did I die again? And would everybody please stop dying? Oh, here we go. Like, only the good die. Ah! Oh, it's Bella.
Oh, it's Bella. Oh, it's Bella. Oh, no.
Did it go way up? Here we go. Only the good die young, not dying to you, which was a reference to my Hollow Knight playthrough. Oops, did I die again? And then after all those death prompts, it was, would everybody please stop dying? And that's the one that we all liked. That's the one that we all thought was the best. Non-dark mode Discord. Never before have I seen such blatant disregard for my eyes. I know, I'm a dirty little heathen. Marx, fun fact for those who don't know, I specifically said I'd do a happy prompt this week, and when I saw the most likely winning prompt, I was like, that's awesome. That is now your specific challenge, is to still do something happy with this prompt. Dying festively. That's awesome. But yeah, so I feel like there are a few ways that you could take this prompt. You could take it in a very dark way of like a bunch of people dying, be it in a war or in a, serial killer way, or in even just like just coincidence, lots of people around someone dying. And this person, the main character, being like, would everybody please stop dying? You could do that. It could go even grander than that. It could be, would everybody in general in the world stop dying? Can we stop death itself? Can we stop the dying, forever? Maybe that's something you could do, Mark. So Matt could go up to death and be like, can you make everybody just stop dying? Well, yes, but no. Thanatos never having a break during plague times. That's awesome. Yeah, you could totally do that, where death is like, I have too much paperwork, but everybody please stop dying for a second so I can catch up. That totally would work. That could be with lots of different supernatural entities. You could do like a heaven or hell story where it's like, too many people are coming in at once, please stop dying, kind of thing. What was the other thing I was thinking about? I thought I had another use of the prompt, but now I'm not remembering it. I think the kitty is sitting on my phone,
So I don't know if I can see the writing group or the stream chat.
Let's see here. Norman, I didn't for a second think this would actually get votes. It's kind of crazy how that is, right? Because there are some people who like are submitting the same prompts every week, like, please somebody vote for them. And then like they fight for their day in the sun. And then you submit one that's just a joke, and then everybody's like, this is great. And it goes to the final vote, and people are like, that's the one. That's the one we want. Happy dying. I mean, part of me kind of wants to write something with Hades for this, but then part of me feels my post-grad course gazing judgingly at me. What do you mean by that? Not sure what people have against death. Necromancer with a skeleton army that's easily dispatched. What would the please stop be? Or do you mean like, stop dying, the necromancer's gonna use you, kind of thing? Nice, Mark says he does like that idea. Kitty vibrates in place when set to vibrate, yes. Maybe I can have Hermes playing Team Fortress 2, annoyed that the other gods suck at it. Oh yeah! That's great! A video game totally works for this. Like everybody on a team playing a video game, or even a tabletop role-playing game, being like, everybody, please stop dying! We have to finish this level. Krisu, hey, I had fun today. See you next week, guys. It was great to have you. Submitted prompts that immediately got chosen. Fair. I guess I have two, those Halloween prompts, like Dead Men Do Tell Tales was one. I've started an online postgrad that I could technically do at my own pace, but I do need to study. Gotcha. I thought you were saying that, like, you were studying something to do with death and wanted to write about it. He wants his minions to stop being easily defeated. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking of dispatched as, like, easily sent out, into the battlefield, but you meant dispatched as in they're easy to kill. And so it's like, minions, stop dying. I have to keep bringing you back. It's a lot of work. Yeah, more stop killing my skeletons. I can only raise so many. Nice. That was my idea, actually, the video game thing. Nice. Nice. I don't know, I just have goals at the agency that require me to study fairly seriously in the first month. The actual course is about project management. Fair. Villain fighting with chronically ill heroes that die before he has a chance to kill them. Would you please not? Robbing me of my bone, which is nice. Villain just keeps being like trying to find a worthy opponent, but they all just die easily. That could make for maybe a cool novel, actually, of just the villain trying to find a hero to fight. It also makes me think of like immortals too, like an immortal who can die and come back, and so it's just like, please stop dying, Stop blowing holes in my ship vibes. Yes, totally. Absolutely. Yeah, that it's like, because that's from Pirates of the Caribbean, where the good guys have to fight the Black Pearl, but the Black Pearl is Jack's ship, and he doesn't want holes in it, and so he's like, I know that we're fighting, the mutinous crew, but stop blowing holes in my ship. Yo, the worthy opponent angle is interesting. I'm glad you think so. Totally feel free to use it. But yes, so this is a very fun, very interesting prompt, and I'm curious to see where you guys go with it. Immortal guy too dumb to understand death as a concept. Nice. That's immortal. I can do that too. Well, yeah, totally. Death could be like, stop dying, Matt. So, like, I have to keep bringing you back. Yes, all great. And there's a way to take this very dramatically about an immortal tired of his friends dying. Yeah, you could totally go that direction as well. Absolutely. But anywho, it has been fun. If you are not read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group voice chat and the writing group chat and the backup queue. If you're not read, you can already submit to the backup queue. Just make sure you follow the format. It's first come, first serve. Excuse me, as far as I know. But that happens at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Central Time. A lot more back and forth discussion in voice. Yes, it is a great time. So, let's see. Join us or else we'll resurrect you and kill you again. Oh, yeah. How could you take it that way? That's like maybe somebody has like a friend who keeps getting resurrected and killed, as like a torture method by the bad guy, and it's like, stop dying, stop killing my friend. Aw, Kansas says, I'm so glad I can start getting back into this. I really missed hanging out, writing with everyone. Well, we've missed you too, Kansas. It is great to have you. And Rook as well. It's been a few months for Rook as well. Very glad to have you guys. So yes, I will see you guys next week. I hope, well, I'll probably see you throughout the week as we either read Pride and Prejudice or play games. But it's been a good time. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. I will see I will see you all next week, when hopefully nobody will die. Hopefully everybody will have stopped dying by then. Oh, I was trying to do my outro, but I got another idea. Characters. Stop killing characters in a book. You could totally do. Like, if somebody reading a book and just being like, would everybody please stop dying? I feel like that's one of the most relatable takes on the prompt. Yes, it says, welcome to both of you again. If you come to the backup readings, look forward to seeing you. If not, see you next week too. Indeed. But yes, it has been a great time. Make a short about that. About what? Eddie, now I imagine someone who can warp reality reading a history book and accidentally changing history by saying, please stop dying. That's great. That's awesome. But yes, I will see you all next week. Very excited to see where you guys go with this prompt. If you're gonna go silly, if you're gonna go serious. But we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.